hopefully they're getting recognized by their members and their bodies as well for the work they did to step out and do this unusual program. And then I'm going to mention some others here that I know that aren't included. Certainly, I need to, thank all the managers that throughout the water board that I stole staff from and we're working hard with. This includes all the different departments, DITs, managers. HR was a big help because they helped us hire faster than any hiring probably been done when we were putting that together. I need to thank Leslie Loudon, who's not here. She's retired from us, but she was my partner in crime in the beginning and wrote the first drafts of our policy. And she was going to try to log in this morning, but I don't think she made it on. She's in Colorado. And so I do want to do a special call out there. I wouldn't have been able to get a policy done in time if it wasn't for her. Ann Hartridge, who legal advice would come in about 5 minutes when I needed it. Was helping me through the legislation, and others that's super fast and super incredible. I need to thank the DDW district staff. Many of them stepped out of their roles to help us contact water systems, call them when they weren't answering the calls from our special team because they recognized the number from our district staff. That type of work was there and very important as we went along. I definitely need to thank as well Bob Brownwood, who was too afraid to come down here this morning, but he was essential in putting this together for me. He was my first mate. We always like to call Bob, likes to sail, so he's Captain Bob, but in the division, he's my first mate and really did take on the assignment well and ran the team and was able to accomplish a bunch. So I definitely want to thank Bob. And for all of those that covered for us while we were doing our other work, because stepping out, most of this team, obviously, in order to accomplish this in time, was redirected. So work got left on tables that had to be picked up by other staff. I know oftentimes those staff don't get recognized, and I think it's super important to recognize that they as well stepped into the breach to make the program happen. With that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to read those that are in the room, and you see we filled the room up here a bit first. And if they would just stand up and wave, I think we'll have a big train if we don't do that otherwise. And then I'll try to make sure I get them their certificates out in the hall in a minute. But I'm going to go through that. And then my second batch is even longer. That's those that are joining us online. So I'll tell everybody at that point to turn on their camera and wave when I call their name, and we can try to go through this at that pace. So with that, let me start calling off, and I'll also apologize for names I mispronounced going fast here. But of course, first off the list, because her name starts with an AB, is Kristen Abold, and I was just teasing her that she was probably always first in grade school in every line. But so Kristen was very essential in getting the program going and helping us redirect some of our existing IT infrastructures to get it there. So special thanks for that, Fred, and we spent a lot of quality time on Teams back and forth going through that. Reneen Lund, Michael Tollin, David Zinsis. David volunteered to be one of our special seniors for this and led one of our crack teams to attack this. Lauren C. Tan, Salika Potter. You can't say enough about Salika. She always comes through in a pinch. And I super appreciate the fact that she's now bearing probably most of the burden with all the reporting we're having to do on the funding. So Salika's been a great partner in crime. Sandra, and this is now I'm going to mess this up. Say it. Okay. Harigi? Harigi, thank you. So sorry. Okay, now this one's first name, Inzu Bachakwa Okamira. Ah, okay. David Deaton, Dinesh Chaudhary, Michael Sims, Jamila Panale, Gloria Alea? Good enough? Sorry. Shannon Spittler. I'm probably messing up the ones that look easy too, because I know that's how my name goes. So, Anatita Paul, Parissa Najad, Paul Martinez, Shannon Conjikav. Thank you. And it was the italics. I'm going to blame it on the italics, threw me off. And Brent Allen. So that's who we hopefully have in the room. Did anybody sneak in that I didn't call? Oh, Deborah.
Yeah, we have a few down there.
Okay, maybe they're in the other pile. I apologize. We'll find you in the other pile. All right, so online now, sorry, and it's even longer, and you won't be here to tell me that I'm messing up your name. So I'll apologize ahead of time. Lynn Sheetal, Harmandeep Singh, Brian D. Bustos, Sun Puan Huar, Janelle Medina, Joanne Crease, Jennifer Tony. Jennifer's here. We put you in the wrong box. Jennifer was one of our other crack seniors. She came over from DFA to help us out and has been essential as well. Maj Kamas and Bonsari Taylor, David Leslie, William Allen, Jeffrey Albrecht, Hee Lim, Deborah Moya, Maria Carlson, hopefully you're all waving online, Ophelia Romero Maracini, James Willis, Hung Bui, Danette Perkins, Sung Chu Chin, Julie Osborne, Jessica Bean, Molly Williams, Kelsey Thompson Briggs, Ayush Khurana, Hans Munz, Andrew Redden, Van Tu, Eric Swing, Jamie Little, Jennifer Russo, Evan Markstrom, and Christopher Backman. Hopefully I didn't miss a card going through the huge list there. So much appreciation to all the staff that participated. It's been a record setter in all ways, including the award we're presenting today. That's obviously well-deserved, and I pretty much don't know what else to say other than thanks to everybody. So much appreciated.
It felt good to give a real round of applause for just, as Darren said, I can't as well express enough appreciation for what has really impacted hundreds of thousands of homes and folks in California here at a time, again, with COVID pressures that have really mounted because of, again, the economic crisis as well. There was a real need. And to have been able to help fulfill that need through the leadership of the governor, the legislature, but importantly, the work that you all were able to do, and for us to be a small part of it here as a board, truly, because is a pleasure. And just really thank everyone for that incredible effort and work. And know that the challenge of affordability isn't going anywhere as well. And so this work, this incredible learning experience, truly, is well served when we really think about the need and the work that the board and the state will continue to be called to do. So just thank you. Other board colleagues, please.
I want to add my thanks, and I've said this before, but I truly feel honored and proud to be part of this team and all of the work that you all do. It's so great to have so many of you in person to say thank you. And, echo what the chair just said. I think, the impact of this program, the incredible work that you all did to make it happen in such a short period of time. And, I think the ongoing need to figure out how we address affordability going forward. I just am so impressed, grateful, and honored to be part of the team that you all are on and continue to do work in. So thanks.
Thank you again. I think we should try to do a photo, if it makes sense. Or is everyone going to be too packed in here if we try?
You want to do that right here?
Yeah.
Those that are in here, if we come to the side, that'd be great.
Sorry, everyone at home.
Well, and for the staff that are at home, if they go ahead and activate their cameras, we can at least get a screen grab behind them.
Perfect.
And go ahead and switch it over.
Yeah. We'll just, yeah. And then we can, yeah. Yeah, we can spread apart.
That side more. Yeah, over here more. Okay, and you get it, Michael?
Yeah. All right. So everybody on screen too, make sure you smile at the same time. All right.
Ready?
On 3, 1, 2, 3. All right. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Link so that we can see this.
It's just. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate folks tuning in and elsewhere. The patience for that and the patience for my nervousness here at the top. I do have a script for a reason, I know. So, okay, with that, and again, appreciate everyone's time and work on that. We can move on to item number 1, which will be delayed. We don't have board meeting minutes for adoption this board meeting, and so they will be adopted our next board meeting at April 19th, on April 19th. And so we can then move on to item number 2, which is our uncontested item. This is a consideration of a proposed resolution to delegate authorities for the administration of general fund allocations for drought emergency support. Is it still uncontested, Janine?
You have missed the public one.
Oh my gosh. I have. I'm going to not move on to item number 2. And again, no need to worry about item number 1. And we do have to do public forum. Apologies, everyone. Again, a bit rusty in person. So let us move on to public forum. And at this time, this is anyone from the public wishing to address the board on an item that is not on the board's agenda or calendared for the agenda is able to do so. I believe we have around 10 or so speakers this morning. Yes. So let's go ahead and begin. And apologies for almost trying to skip public forum again. And our first commenter is Barbara Berrigan-Perea. Good morning, Ms. Perea.
Good morning, Chair Esquivel and board members. And Chair Esquivel, we feel your emotions today for all of the above. and also because of worries for our communities. Even though we're talking with you remote this morning, we can feel it here. We want to thank the board first off for the condition in the recent TUCP order that was released last night regarding HABs monitoring and reporting as part of the TUCP. You're hearing us on that issue, and we are really grateful, and we really support the board's work continuously for helping us as we develop our HABs program. So thank you. We're also grieving heavily, though, at Restore the Delta because the largest and most magnificent estuary on the west coast of the Americas continues to fall at the bottom of water needs as we struggle through droughts and planning processes. We've never had an unconditional win in our 16-year history at Restore the Delta from a state or federal agency during extended drought or planning processes. The TUCP has been approved conditionally, and it discusses extensively about the possibility of the loss of salinity control this year. And, this was all prepared before the April 1st measuring of the snowpack. And we understand that that number has declined from 38 to 33% over the weekend. And we're looking at very warm temperatures this week. The reason why I bring this all up is that we at Restore the Delta have warned the state about this possibility of early disappearing snowpack for 6 years now. And we still don't believe that it is being taken as seriously in planning by DWR and the Bureau as it should be. And so our questions are, if we lose salinity control of the Delta this year as conditions worsen, where is the state's plan for flushing out the soils and waters of the Delta? Where is analysis of what will happen to the Delta's 72 small drinking water systems? How will such an emergency be handled after all the water is delivered to upstream contractors and South Bay businesses? And then our question is really, how can we encourage this board to furthermore really hold DWR and Bureau accountable for protecting public trust resources to a greater degree? And our environmental justice communities, how can we protect them from the impacts of drought and HABs and increased resident time of pollutants during drought? We also are concerned because we're hearing the board speak about support for a voluntary agreement process that right now is a skeleton. That process discriminates against tribal communities and Delta environmental justice communities because we are not included. And how does that square away with the equity resolution that this board just passed to support? We also want to know why DWR and the Bureau aren't being held accountable for Delta smelt extinction. Yesterday, Yale University published a report that said more extinctions will follow the Delta smelt. We just, want to point out also that this voluntary agreement process is based on the weak and insufficient Trump biological opinions. You can't expect a better result when you are starting with a bad baseline. So this is why our disappointment still continues at Restore the Delta and why we're grieving heavily about the future of the estuary. Thank you for the chance to comment.
Thank you for your time today and for addressing the board. Next, I'd like to call up Daniel Armstrong, who will be followed by Valeria Garcia.
Hey, can everybody hear me properly?
We can. Good morning.
Hey, how's it going? Chair Esquivel and board members, I am Daniel Armstrong, a climate water advocate from Restore the Delta. No one party owns the water in California, even senior water rights holders. Under current law, they have the right to use water for beneficial use. Yet the TUCP orders before you and the voluntary agreement framework that will pay senior water rights holders hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars for their water rights is commodification of our public trust resources for the benefit of a very small minority. The solution put forth for California water management repeatedly is that the right to a healthy San Francisco Bay Delta estuary, healthy fisheries, and water quality protections for all communities, especially environmental justice communities, is second class and secondary in the application of the law, when actually access for everyone to public trust resources is part of the California Constitution. By following TUCP orders and supporting the voluntary agreement framework to advance, this board is relegating Delta environmental justice communities and water users, Northern California tribes, and drinking water communities to a secondary class status. Export water in the TUCP order that is supposed to be for health and human safety is marked for municipal and industrial use for some exporters. Those are distinct categories under the law. Are we sacrificing the California Delta Bay estuary and its communities for favored industries as well as export agricultural interest? When will this board treat all water users as equal? Thank you for your opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your time this morning. Next, we have Valeria Garcia, who will be followed by Alan Duboff.
Hi, good morning. I'd like to start off by saying thank you for the opportunity to speak. Chair Escobar and board members, I'm Valeria Garcia, a climate water activist from Restore the Delta. I'm here today to comment on the conditionally approved temporary urgency change petition. In 2021, Central Valley Project senior water right contractors received 40% of total stored supplies from 4 major reservoirs, prior to the disappearance of expected runoff in April of 2021. This past Friday, snowpack was at 38% for the total state. And with 90-degree temperatures later this week, we can anticipate the exact same scenario, considering as of yesterday, it is now at 33%, all in a matter of days. Restore the Delta has been warning of this change in water conditions for 6 years. We fear that the evaporation of absorption of runoff is not properly forecasted in the conditionally approved TUCP order. Will that mean that there will be even less fresh water flowing into the Delta? How much worse are conditions supposed to get for fisheries and beneficial waters so that the senior water rights holders can continue exporting crops? 40% of California, much like myself, is under the age of 34, diverse, and not part of the senior water rights circle. So we ask, when will the Delta and the state's water system be managed for our health, for the environment, and for our future economic prosperity? When will water policy be tied to a green economy rather than the relics of a frontier state? This inadequate TUCP describes the real possibility of losing salinity control in the Delta this year. What will DWR and the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation do while Delta residents live with the long-term socioeconomic damage from failed drought management? Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your time this morning. Next is Alan Duboff, who will be followed by Mackenzie Owens.
Can you hear me fine?
We can.
Hello?
Good morning.
Okay, good morning. I also would like to thank the board for letting me speak. And I want to first say, I'm not going to be a popular person here probably with the board. And I'm going to talk about water rights. And I'm going to take us back to 1849 when the gold rush came. And I don't think anyone here was born in 1849. But if there's someone that's 173 years old, please let us know, because you might be able to help us with this problem. So with that said, you guys are not responsible for this either. I don't expect an answer from you. But the first thing I want to do, I'm referencing 3 or 4 documents. And my question is in regard to water rights and who can control and own the water rights, and also in regard to riparian rights, which are not covered under all California law. It's only some lakes and rivers and streams, as I understand it. Okay, so with that said, let's start back at 1849. One of your documents, and I'm going to reference, let me first say the documents I'm referencing. There's one on your site for water rights underneath the water board, and it's called water rights process.html. There's another Microsoft document that is water rights fee litigation summary 2013, which outlines some stuff. And I have a document from the County of Lake that has to do with how YOLO obtained water rights for Clear Lake. I am a property owner at Clear Lake, and I have property that is adjacent to Clear Lake, which retains riparian rights. Okay, now I want to take us back first to 1849. In 1849, we had a gold rush. Hey, this sounds kind of like modern day. We have a gold rush in Silicon Valley. You know, people are coming out here to get rich. Okay, I get it. So it was very disruptive in 1849, though. In 1849, they realized, oh, people are taking water and using it and appropriating it, creating flumes, and we got to do something about this because they need the water to get rich. You know, okay, I get it. Now, in 1850, California becomes a state, and they implement riparian rights for the water. And according to your document, in 1851, they decide, you know, appropriative rights are actually better for us because they give us more control. So let's push appropriative rights rather than riparian rights. Okay, that's okay. But my property is governed under riparian rights and has stayed in riparian rights since ever, you know, since I guess 1849 or before, I don't know. The riparian rights, as I understand, come from England, is where they stem. Anyways, now we go to 1851, you know, when they're pushing the appropriative rights. Nothing has really changed for Clear Lake. The water is still governed under riparian rights. Now, my question is for you guys, how did you decide for the county of Lake and the state of California can take control over rights that stay with the property? I was never informed about anything, you know, about the state, and I don't think anyone else was. And the records are really bad when you go back so old. So, you know, you can't even hardly find the court cases and stuff, and the documents, the papers are old. You guys, I must be familiar with this problem, I'm sure. To complicate it, the document on the county of Lake explains that the Mexican government, the governor, his name was Michel Treno, and he evidently, because of the complications, he had given rights, a big piece of rights to the Delta, to a nationalized Mexican who I guess filed with the Mexican government, which for a massive amount of acres. I'm not going to go into details here, but I want to try and keep this brief enough. Anyways, through this, and
that point, I apologize, Mr. DeBuff, but
okay.
We try to limit folks to about 5 minutes, and you're coming down to about 10 seconds.
Okay. Okay. So the crux of this is I don't believe the state or the county has rights to control or do anything with the water for Clear Lake. I'm primarily focused with Clear Lake, although this could affect a lot of people in California. And I understand you guys have problems right now with drought, but has nothing to do with water rights. So yeah, I'd like to thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time today, Mr. DeBuff. Next, I believe we have to call up Mackenzie Owens, who will be followed by Katrina Lopez.
Good morning, everyone. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can. Good morning.
All right. Chair Esquivel and board members, I am Mackenzie Owens, a climate water advocate for Restore the Delta. I'm here today to ask on behalf of that you move ahead with the Bay Delta plan for the Sacramento River and to stop delaying the update of water quality and flow standards for the Delta due to a voluntary agreement framework put forward by the Department of Water Resources. DWR's director told the press last week for the voluntary agreements would mean no more temporary urgency change petitions for Delta management, yet a TUCP was approved conditionally recently. What she didn't say was that the framework for the agreement is built on the Trump biological opinions. Why would anyone be willing to consider a plan built on a weakened and accurate scientific baseline to solve the problems of a dying Bay Delta estuary? Will my generation have any public trust resources like fisheries and water for recreation left to enjoy as we grow older? Or will water management become a struggle over affordable, clean drinking water for all regions so that a small percentage of wealthy landowners can continue to prosper through export crops? We don't have enough water to support international export crops, the Delta, and drinking water communities. You have the power to change this course. I encourage you to do so. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you for your time this morning. Next, I'd like to call up Katrina Lopez, and will be followed by Santina Cortez.
Good morning, Chair Escobar and board members. I'm Karina Lopez, a climate water activist from Restore the Delta. I'd like to start off by saying that both property and non-property water users must be protected from harm stemming from any type of change petition from Delta water quality standards. This board's rejection of that understanding on page 40 of the reconsideration order is not moral and does not make the realities of waiving water quality objectives go away. Realities like spreading harmful algae blooms, threatening extinction of native fishes, and increasing delta salinity. By defining away non-property beneficial users of water like environmental justice communities, your recent racial diversity, equity, and inclusion resolution becomes empty words. We know that in your hearts, you want to do the right thing. That is why you took the time to create the diversity resolution. But what if the drought continues on for 2 more years while the voluntary agreement process drags on? What if the voluntary agreements fail like they have repeatedly? How much more environmental degradation are Delta environmental justice communities to live with for almond and rice exports? Empty gestures will not protect Delta environmental justice communities, only fair action will. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you as well for your time this morning. Next, I'd like to call up Cynthia Cortez, who will be followed by Kimberly Cole.
Good morning, Chair Escobar and board members. I am Cynthia Cortez, a climate water advocate for Restore the Delta. I am here today to comment on the recent conditionally approved temporary urgency change petition. While I am new to Restore the Delta, I can follow the story of how we arrived at this moment in Delta management. Water allocations year after year are made first to those with a property right the majority of Californians will never have the ability to access. By blaming nature, the Department of Water Resources and the U.S. Bureau seek to avoid taking responsibility for their roles in controlling flows and water quality throughout the Bay Delta estuary watershed. They protect water supplies for those with landed wealth first at the expense of the largest estuary on the west coast of the Americas. We are at this moment to a great degree because of the Department of Water Resources' own lack of diligence in protecting stored water supplies and failure to treat Delta protections as equal to contract water deliveries. Thank you for the chance to comment today.
Thank you as well for your time. Next, I'd like to call up Kimberly Cole, who will be followed by Grant Leonard.
Good morning, board members. My name is Kimberly Cole. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Monterey. Our City Council recently sent a letter to the board members, and we're respectfully requesting that the board place on either a future board agenda or workshop agenda the cease and desist order affecting the Monterey Peninsula. You may ask at this time, why now? There is a changed condition that, as required, diversions for the Carmel River were ceased in December of 2021. Now is the opportunity to discuss this changed condition, and we also need to be able to present to you what's happening or occurring with state housing requirements. So we respectfully request that the board place on a future agenda the cease and desist order for the Monterey Peninsula. And Grant Leonard was my second in case I wasn't able to get into the meeting, so he will not be providing public comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Cole, and appreciate that. Next, we have Catherine Avila, who I believe will be our final speaker.
Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning.
Great. Good morning. Thank you, Chair and board members. I'd like to echo Kim's comments. My name's Catherine, and I'm a lifetime resident of Monterey County and longtime resident of the city of Monterey proper. I would like to ask you to please put focus on a letter submitted by the city of Monterey dated March 17th, asking for relief from the cease and desist order that's currently stifling our housing supply in the area. As many of you know, there's a housing crisis statewide, and I'm sure many of you have experienced that personally. And this crisis has been heightened in the city of Monterey and surrounding jurisdictions as well by the cease and desist order that's been imposed for a number of years, the majority of my lifetime. We're at least a generation of housing behind at this point, and the city of Monterey and the wonderful staff there is ready to take action and progress towards creating housing. So please, again, as Kim asked, place this item on your future agenda or a future workshop agenda for consideration now that diversions from the Carmel River have ceased. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Avila. Okay, that wraps up public forum, and appreciate everyone's patience as I skipped over it, unfortunately, quickly here at the start of the agenda. And thank you everyone for their time this morning and their comments to the board. They are very much appreciated. Skipping over item number 1, again, we will not take up those minutes until the next board meeting. And looking over to Ms. Townsend to see if item number 2 then is still uncontested.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then unless there's any discussion or reason to take off the agenda, we can entertain a motion.
I'll move.
Second. Thank you. Ms. Townsend, can you please call a roll call vote? Or I guess you don't have to do a roll call vote. You can just all in favor.
I would recommend that we still proceed with roll call votes since
Okay.
we're providing the opportunity for Zoom participation for public.
That's fair.
Aye.
Aye.
Board Member Fox,
Aye.
Vice Chair.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The vote's unanimous and item number 2 is adopted. And good job. A little rusty on my part, I know still. I think all of us, but we're onto more. Next, we will go to our informational items here, a tranche of them, beginning with item number 3, which will be a drought update and current hydrologic conditions update. I'd like to invite up in person, Mr. Ekdahl and team. We have to provide for transitions now. It's also instantaneous online.
I know I'm still adjusting to not having a bank of computer screens in front of me with multiple windows and documents open at the same time too. So good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. It is my pleasure to be here in person to present today the drought update. With me, I'm joined by Michael Macon, a WRCE or Water Resource Control Engineer for the Division of Water Rights, and Julie Rosardo, Assistant Deputy Director for the division. And then farther to my right, I will let you introduce yourself because I can't actually see your name tag.
Matt Pavlicek with the Division of Financial Assistance.
Thank you. So we have a fairly robust update today, and we'll just kind of dive right into things. If we can go to the PowerPoint presentation, we'll run through the hydrologic update, and then we'll do our typical run through of watershed specific drought actions, including an update on the Bay Delta, Mill and Deer Creeks, Russian River, and the Scott and Shasta. After that, we'll turn it over to Division of Drinking Water, and then respond to questions. So with that, the next slide, and I will turn it over to Michael.
All right, thank you, Eric. So I'm Michael Macon. I'm actually an environmental scientist with the Division of Water Rights. I'll be providing you a. Is it not on? Okay, it's just not close enough.
Yep.
Sorry about that. So yeah, just starting off looking at precipitation for this water year. The Northern Sierra is sitting at about 33.2 inches on the year. We're continuing to drop below that average precipitation on the year and continue to find ourselves in a deficit of precipitation. Next slide, please. See a similar pattern in the San Joaquin, sitting at about 33.2 inches on the year. again, continuing to dig ourselves into a bigger deficit compared to average precipitation. That's currently at about 75% of precipitation average for this year. Next slide, please. So looking at the two-layer basin, again, similar pattern. All basins saw a little uptick in March with those small storms, but nothing to dig us out of the hole. We're at 14.6 or 14.0 in the two-layer basin. That's 63% of average to date. Next slide, please. So as we heard this morning, snowpack in the Sierras is dwindling very quickly. This is a photo from Phillips Station up near Lake Tahoe. It's one of the key reference stations for snowpack. As you can tell, it's very dry and barren at this time. It's only at 4% of its historic average for April 1st. And judging by the dwindling snowpack over the weekend and warm conditions this week, it may very well be completely dry by the end of the week. Next slide. Taking a wider look at snowpack across the state, as we heard, it's dwindled even further since last Friday when this graph was made. On Friday, it was 39% of average statewide. As of yesterday, it was 33%. And as you heard, we do have warm weather in the forecast, and that rapid decline will only accelerate through the week. Next slide, please. So this is a figure you're all familiar with, looking at reservoir conditions across the state. Most are well below historic averages, particularly Shasta and Folsom, or Shasta and Oroville are of concern. Shasta is only at 48% of historic average. Oroville is at 67. Folsom is likely faring the best at the moment, sitting at about 95% of historic average. And we're going to take a closer look at these major reservoirs in the coming slides. Next slide, please. So again, looking at Shasta, it's well below storage last year, which is that black line. It's sitting around 650,000 acre feet below where it was last year. And this is likely a precursor to a very bad temperature management season on the Sacramento River. Next slide, please. Oroville is faring a little bit better. It's doing better than it was last year in 2021. It's currently around 1.6 million acre feet, 1.7, but it's still well below historic average. And we're likely seeing a relatively peak storage coming up here in the next few days or weeks. Next slide, please. Folsom is probably the only reservoir that's actively building storage at the moment. As you see, it's been increasing over the past week or so just due to reduced releases and that snow melt that's coming down right now. As that snowpack dwindles, we expect the peak storage to occur sometime in the next couple weeks. So pretty short. Folsom was obviously the breadwinner from those winter storms, even peaking above flood control around January 1st. But it's going to be called upon heavily this year as the other reservoirs have suffered from poor inflows. So next slide, please. New Melones has not recovered much this year, sitting around 935,000 acre feet. As you can see, it's well below where it was at this point last year, and it was called on heavily last summer to assist with salinity control in the Delta. We have not recovered that loss in storage since. Next slide, please. Taking a look at some of the other reservoirs across the state. Kachuma Reservoir is sitting around 90,000 acre feet, which is 61% of average. Diamond Valley Lake is around 70% of capacity at 564,000 acre feet. And San Luis is at 920,000 acre feet, or 52% of average. So you can see the general trend that we are well below average across the state. Next slide, please. For Term 91, that remains not in effect. And we don't see that changing in the next week or so. Next slide, please. This is a look at the drought monitor for California as of March 8th. This was presented at the last board meeting. I'm going to show you the transition to the most recent one. Next slide, please. As you can see, the drought conditions are already getting increasingly worse across the state. Much of the state is transitioning to severe or extreme drought conditions, and we anticipate it only getting worse through the summer. Next slide, please. Here's a look at precipitation for the months of January and February, just to highlight how bad of a winter we had this year. All of the area in red are regions that had the lowest recorded precipitation for January and February combined. As you can see, that's most of the Central Valley and much of the Sierras. So what we would normally anticipate being our wettest months of the year, we had historic dries this year. Next slide, please. The Colorado Basin hasn't fared much better. Seeing severe and extreme drought kind of pervasive through the watershed. The entire Colorado Basin is experiencing at least abnormally dry conditions, with most having moderately dry or moderate drought conditions. Next slide, please. Using NOAA's seasonal drought outlook, we don't anticipate this to change through the summer. We expect drought conditions to persist, and it will only stay and get worse. Next slide, please. For the monthly temperature outlook, we're expecting warm temperatures in the month of April. Again, this will only exacerbate any snowpack issues that we have, quickly diminishing what is there. Next slide, please. Probably even worse, we're expecting an even drier or below average precipitation for April. It doesn't look like we have any reprieve coming, so no miracle April or amazing April, as they call it. And I think with the recent Bulletin 120 forecast, we're looking at the driest 3-year period on record to highlight just how bad our conditions right now. And I believe that's the end of the hydro update.
So with that, I'll jump in and run through the other sets of watersheds and talk about other kind of Division of Water Rights activities related to the drought. The first, I have a series of slides related to activities within the Delta watershed. To start, we have a curtailment status update. This is as of last week. We have a smaller subset of curtailments in place, including curtailments from the legal delta itself related to some of the projects. We do expect the level of curtailments to expand as dry conditions persist, although based on a run yesterday of the water unavailability methodology, it may not be this week and it may not be next week either. With the kind of peaks in snowmelt and runoff occurring, there is some natural flow in the system, and so that's kind of holding the line for now. But we do expect that to fall off pretty rapidly once that snowmelt is gone, and at a rate of disappearing at about 6% over a couple of days. That does point to a pretty pessimistic ability to maintain that level of curtailments we have now without it increasing in the near future. We can report on reporting compliance. We still are sticking right around that 76% level of folks who have submitted the compliance certification forms. And do want to note that we had a number of diverters who were asked to provide some additional information related to what we're calling the enhanced reporting requirement, basically projecting the month ahead how much you were planning to divert. We had pretty good compliance the first month or so, but compliance has fallen off pretty rapidly since then. Currently, we're at about 50%, and I think the most current months are actually a little bit below that. And we're working, Julie and her team in the office or the enforcement section are actively looking at that compliance and whether enforcement actions are needed, and maybe proceeding in the very near future with taking the initial steps to enforce on those non-compliant reporters. And all of this information is available on our public Power BI dashboard. And the link is below. Next slide, please.
Could we just go back just
just since you're talking about it now, what about by volume on reporting?
So the enhanced reporting by volume is already focused on the larger diverters. I believe those over 5,000 acre feet per year. So those specifically would be targeting some of the larger diverters in the watershed. I don't have the total compliance for that enhanced reporting related to total volume, but we do for the other compliance certification forms. And compliance there is, I believe, over 95% by volume. It's a relatively high number. And so, even though we're missing 26%, those are the very small diverters and have not been prioritized so far in terms of some of our enforcement actions. And I anticipate that the very small diverters would not be the focus of continued enforcement actions going forward. There's always unique circumstances, and so we can't make a universal conditional statement, but in general, that's not where we're focusing our efforts. All right, let's go to the next slide. We do have a couple of just very brief bullets on the temporary urgency change petition. On March 18th, the state and federal project operators did submit a TUCP to the board requesting changes to water quality requirements for April through June of 2022, responding to those months of January and February that Michael just showed were the driest ever recorded for the state of California. The State Water Board Executive Director approved the TUCP late yesterday, and that was emailed via our LIRIS notification system and is available on our website as well. The public comment period for the TUCP actually closes tomorrow. We did move to expedite the at least conditional approval of the TUCP, but we still are seeking public input, and there still is the opportunity for public input, and we encourage folks to send in those comments as best they are able to, given that it is still a fairly short time frame. We do also anticipate that at the April 19th board meeting, we will have representatives from the Department of Water Resources and the United States Bureau of Reclamation to go through the TUCP and kind of the conditions that sought its submittal to the board and the subsequent conditions that are in the conditional approval. So a more in-depth item at that time. And with that, we'd propose to save additional questions on the TUCP until that board meeting. Next slide, please. Related to the TUCP, but also related to other activities within the division and the Delta, we have a number of additional upcoming actions in the month of April and May, where there will be additional opportunity for public comment sometime next week or so. We do anticipate releasing an update to the water unavailability methodology. That's the methodology that we use to essentially establish the level of curtailments that are needed based on hydrologic conditions. Staff have been reviewing it based on previous feedback from diverters and affected water users, and do anticipate a technical update to address some issues that have been identified. At the same time, or very near the same time, we also anticipate releasing a draft update of the Delta emergency regulations. Those were the emergency regulations that were adopted last August. Note that this is significantly in advance of August, but it's providing for a much longer public comment period. We anticipate holding a public workshop on the water unavailability methodology in early May, and then renewal or bringing the emergency regulations to the board for your consideration in mid-July, I believe at the July 19th board meeting. This is still very tentative and subject to change, but we're trying to get the information out before the public as early as we can, given that there will be a fairly large number of items and it will rapidly become somewhat difficult to track, I think. So we're trying just to make sure that we're providing as much information as we can going forward. Next slide, please.
Just want to give a nod to that and say it's really appreciated. Again, this is not uncomplicated work. I know we heard some concern and public comment from Mr. Dubois around maybe the work going on in the Russian River watershed or connections to Clear Lake. We try to and can engage and ensure that we're providing the space for everyone to understand what's going on, check our homework with us, and do our best under what are tight circumstances on all fronts. So I appreciate that.
Thank you. And again, encourage those that are watching, if there are ever questions, please feel free to reach out to anyone in the division. We have contact information online, and we do want to try and provide responses as quickly as we can, even though sometimes it does take us longer because they are complicated questions. Looking forward, I think I might have two duplicate slides here, but that's okay. On March 29th, there was a release by state and federal project operators, along with state and federal agencies related to temperature planning on the Sacramento River. We do anticipate that we will receive a draft temperature management plan for the upper Sacramento River in the very near future. It could be sometime this week or even in the next couple of days. And we anticipate receiving then a final temperature management plan sometime around May 1st. There's still some flexibility in these dates, but when we do receive the draft temperature management plan, we'll post that on our website as quickly as we can. We usually do that within just a couple of hours. And then we send around a notification via our LIRIS email distribution list again. So we'll make that information available as soon as we get it, and then we'll proceed from there. Next slide, please. So with that, I was going to move away from the Delta watershed itself and focus next on Mill and Deer Creek. The in-stream flow targets of 50 cubic feet per second to the confluence of the Sacramento River have been consistently maintained since October 15th. Locally, the Department of Fish and Wildlife and NMFS, or National Marine Fisheries Service, were working with diverters to create a pulse flow sometime in April, and I'm hoping to have additional information at our April 19th board meeting on whether we were able to observe that pulse flow or whether we were able to work to get it. There's also considerable actions going on related to voluntary discussions, and we are continuing to work with NMFS and CDFW in particular to see if we can facilitate some meetings going forward to kind of work out additional details. And those meetings are moving perhaps slowly, but also they're still moving. And so that's an optimistic sign. And we look forward to providing additional details in the next couple of board meetings as well. Next slide, please. In the Russian River, we do currently have curtailments suspended through May 1st, 2022. You'll note that in the Russian River, maybe back in February or early March, we were very pessimistic on where things were headed in the Russian River. And if you've been keeping track, we keep kind of moving the curtailment suspension month by month by month. A lot of that has to do with increased flows from the Potter Valley project. And so, whereas last year flows were down 10, 15 cubic feet per second for part of the year, right now flows are about 90 CFS. And that's been able to, I think, compensate for some of the just lack of precipitation. The reservoir does appear to be gaining a little bit. And so if we go to the next slide, you'll see the red line at the end. Lake Mendocino is currently ticking up bit by bit. It's going up about a couple hundred acre feet per week at this point. And it doesn't appear to be really changing that trend anytime soon, in part, again, assisted by the increased flows from the Potter Valley project. We can't guarantee that those flows will be there throughout the entire year, but based on the information we've heard from the local operators, it does appear that flows will be higher for at least much of the spring and hopefully into the summer. Again, caveats around that, and we always will see where things end up, but that's an optimistic sign for at least how things may be operated in the Russian River this year. Next slide, please. At the same time, we have released a proposed update to the Russian River emergency regulations. Even with those optimistic notes that I noted earlier, the reservoir still is only at about 44,000 acre feet, about 55% of average. That is still a concern for overall just water users and order of priority within the system, and ensuring that storage does maintain robust in Lake Mendocino so that we don't reach that critical threshold where you really could run into the risk of drinking water challenges for tens of thousands of people in the upper part of the watershed. The proposed draft regulation was released on April 1st and is available on our website. And the board will consider adopting the revised emergency regulation at the May 10th board meeting. At least that's as proposed. Next slide, please. The updated draft regulations include a refined water availability methodology, particularly for the upper part of the watershed, whereas last year we had a very kind of heavy, in some views, heavy-handed approach where we curtailed both riparian and appropriative rights in the entire upper watershed. We've expanded our Drought water rights allocation tool to include the upper watershed and propose using that as a more refined tool throughout the summer where possible. It also includes proposals to protect voluntary contributions of flows in some lower Russian River tributaries. So if someone's doing a voluntary project to increase flows, protecting those flows in Dutch Bill and a couple of other tributaries in the lower Russian River watershed itself. There's also language that proposes a carve out for a voluntary conservation program that has been the subject of intense work at the local level for the last year. And we don't know for sure if that's going to make it through or across the finish line by May 10th. We are optimistic and hopeful that it will, and look forward to seeing if that is a possibility. If we don't quite make it by that May 10th deadline, I think there's language that will provide a pathway for integrating that conservation program when or if it does get finalized later in the summer. So trying to provide opportunities for, again, a local kind of voluntary process that would work in parallel or in concert with the board's existing regulations. And then otherwise just improved administration of curtailments and exceptions, petitions, health and human safety related work as well. Next slide, please. In the Scott and Shasta rivers, all curtailments are suspended through April 4th. In the Scott, that's actually now through April 8th. There was an extension late yesterday that's at least moved it to Friday of this week. The April flow requirement in the Scott is 150 CFS, which is down from 200 CFS in March, recognizing that the irrigation season is really starting to pick up in earnest in April. In Shasta, curtailments were reinstated March 15th for the most junior water diverters. At the same time, flows went from 135 CFS in March down to 70 in April. And as of yesterday, flows were about 73 CFS in the Shasta. We also learned late last week that at least part of the curtailments related to interconnected groundwater were the subject of litigation. And there was a temporary restraining order that was placed on those curtailments specifically. We'll be providing more information as we get it. I believe there's another court date on May 5th for additional information and potentially some additional decisions. And then in some additional optimistic news, we do have an approved local cooperative solution. This is essentially a voluntary process where folks in both the Scott and the Shasta can come in and provide an opportunity to show that they're reducing water use or doing something in parallel to essentially reduce water use the same or effectively the same as a curtailment. And so this approved local cooperative solution that we have is in the Scott and is related to groundwater pumping. There's additional information on our webpage, and we look forward to seeing additional local cooperative solutions in the very near future. Next slide, please.
On that, I would note that, again, we're open and looking for similar ones on the Russian River and other watersheds. And I think what's really important is they're not inconsistent with curtailment. And ultimately, they're based off of the same data, the same understanding of rights and what's actually happening physically in the watershed. So what I really appreciate is, I know, the conversations we've had with folks around those is that they are a continuum. It's not an either or when you approach them. It's really about, how to pursue them in a way that helps just meet these common outcomes that we have. And they're just different tools. So just appreciate folks coming to the table around that.
Absolutely. And a huge thanks to the kind of local diverters that continue to work with us and advocate for these local approaches in their own watersheds. And just the amount of dialogue and back and forth has been immensely constructive and fruitful in the end. And that's very optimistic in what now is our third year of drought.
Could you talk a little bit about the scale, the number of participants, and that it's left open for those that may want to join in?
Sure. So as of right now, we have one approved local cooperative solution. We have a handful of additional that we are in the process of reviewing. The one that we have approved is relatively small. I think it's under the 400-acre threshold that was kind of our cutoff for the size of a voluntary type process. But understanding is that this local cooperative solution is part of others that are coming in what will ultimately be a much larger process. So I don't have the exact acreage at this point, but we're hoping in the relatively near future to have at least a couple hundred, if not a couple thousand acres as part of the overall discussion. And hopefully this provides a pathway to show what is possible and results in additional diverters or pumpers looking at this as a viable approach and saying, we can do this too, and we'd like to do this too. And so if that is the case, again, just encouraging people to call our staff to work with us and help us, kind of work with you as we go through the local cooperative solution process. I don't want to de-emphasize it. It is a fairly complicated process. It's not too complicated, but it does require some work and some data, and we can kind of help step through what that includes to try and create it and do it as efficiently as possible. Let's see, on the Scott, you've seen these graphs before. You can see the kind of pulses were above the flow threshold at this point, and continue to be for the near future. It looks like at least the next week, maybe even beyond that as well. Next slide, please. And in the Shasta, you can see the drop down. I think this is as of a couple of days ago, so it may not reflect the step down to 70 CFS yet. So the red step down that you see is probably going to step down a little bit further by the April 19th meeting. As of yesterday, the flow threshold was 70 CFS and the river was flowing at 73 CFS. Next slide, please. One other bullet, and we don't normally talk about Mono Lake as part of the drought updates, but note that on April 1st, they conducted their annual lake level survey, and it did drop below the threshold of 6380, which is a trigger for a step down in exports by the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. And so exports will decrease for the upcoming year from 16,000 acre feet per year down to 4,500 acre feet per year. This is the second time in, I believe, the last 10 years where Mono Lake has dropped below the threshold, and the other time was during the 2015 drought as well. And then the lake did rebound in 2017 when we had that very, very wet water year. But then with a number of years after that, it's been kind of trending downward as well. I did also want to have a quick note that I think at our last board meeting, there was a request to integrate groundwater and some updates on groundwater into the presentation. And we're holding off for this meeting and waiting for some additional data to come in from the Department of Water Resources CASGEM program. I think usually gets updated around April 1st. And depending on when that data may be available, we'll integrate that into part of this presentation going forward. But with that, I think that concludes, if you go to the next slide, updates for the division, and I will turn it over to Division of Drinking Water at this time.
Hi, this is Eric Zuniga. Thanks, Eric, for your update, and thanks, Chair Escobar and board members. Reporting in from sunny Southern California. Wish I could be there. It looks like I'm missing a big party over there in that boardroom. I just wanted to present on what the Division of Drinking Water has been up to. This is actually my first update since I went on paternity leave, so I am fully back and just giving you guys an update on what we've been up to. If you could go to the next slide, please. So first, I'm going to give a little update on the framework itself. So we have a total of 114 drought watch systems that have been issued a drought monitoring order. And these are the ones that we've been just kind of watching and reporting, checking on the data and seeing which of those have further issues that we need to follow up on. We have publicized the list on our website. So we have a resources for drinking water systems page on our website. link through our main water board site and also through our information for public water systems website as well, representing about 250,000 population. And 66 of the systems are less than 500 population, but only 14 LPAs on the list. We're still working with the LPAs to continue to find and locate their systems that they might have concerns with. And we have some plans to help them with that in the coming months. Of those 114 systems, we have 32 systems identified with high potential for water outage. The accuracy of this list is not as accurate as it was last summer. We are working on a way to revise these estimates given the current drought situation. They're just simply now people that we have concerns with, but they don't have data that suggests that they're going to have a water outage. They're just concerns that have been flagged to us. So with those water systems, we're just making sure that they have some type of project in place to be funded. And so it's a diagnostic warning report. It's supposed to constantly be updated. And as things get worse, as Eric's team has mentioned, as things get worse, we're going to continue to be adding to this list as time goes on. We have 9 systems currently out of water. They're either on bottled water or hauled water supplies. And we're working on emergency funding for bottled or hauled water, usually through the county programs that my counterparts in DFA will likely speak more to build that safety net for these water systems that need some way to be able to fund bottled and hauled water in an emergency situation. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys a little bit. So before last summer, when the curtailment in the Russian River came out, we had this necessity to get water systems to report, not so much for the need for us to collect this data, but for the need for these water systems to really understand their own data and what they're reporting, and to check their own static water levels and understand how their sources are performing and what their amount produced is, and to get them to really see that. So in the efforts of doing so, there's a hurry up offense to build this tool in Survey Wizard to be able to have a tool that could be very quickly deployed. And we quickly deployed it. It was utilized for most of the past year. And in the meantime, we've been working on a second version of this survey that I'll present. So this is an example of what one of the screens looks like. We're asking for sources for groundwater, certain types of source information, static depth, pump depth, amount produced, very basic information that tells us what the health of a source may or may not be. Surface water, we ask for the same thing for all the sources that a water system might have. So next slide, please. So that was the first page. Second page was basically, what date you expect to be out of water, what measures are you taking, are you receiving hauled water, and do you have any other updates to your conservation plan? So it's a very simple, easy to create form, which was necessary for the fast rollout that we needed for last summer. So with that, I'm going to move on to what the current tool looks like and what we've been sort of developing in the next slide. I'll show you what our drought reporting tool looks like currently. When you log into the Safer Clearinghouse, there's a drought reporting tab. And if you only have one water system, you'll be presented a list of all your reporting periods. So you can see their standardized reporting periods. We've moved everybody over to monthly reporting because of the ease of collecting the data and putting it into nice, neat buckets. We'll still utilize weekly reporting as we get more concerns getting closer to the summer. We'll kind of kick people up to a higher frequency to collect data on a more frequent basis. But this allows folks to look at all the different reporting periods they have. They can look at their previous reports. They can look at completion status of whether they're past due or not, who submitted it. They can actually modify and resubmit reports, and we log that information as well. We can tell how many past due reports someone might have and how many days past due that might have, giving us more information to be able to help these systems more. Next slide, please. This is what the actual report looks like. It's organized into nice and neat tabs. There are 4 main tabs of information that we include. Some of them can be as simple as this, where we have 2 questions, and based on the answer to your questions, you might have follow-up questions to that. So the first example is experiencing a severe water shortage. You can say yes or no. If yes, when did you start experiencing that water shortage? And if no, do you anticipate a water shortage happening? Those of you who've been in the know with SB 552 know that small water systems are required to have a water shortage contingency plan by next summer. So this is already asking whether they have a water shortage contingency plan. Those water systems that have been issued a drought order have been asked to create a water shortage contingency plan and share that with us. So this is, again, something that's coming down the pike. It's something that people will be required to do. So we're asking them if they have it. If they have it, they're going to present it to us here so we can have actual copy in a database of all the water shortage contingency plans that we have available to us. Next slide, please. So this is what the second tab looks like. I chose a really terrible example of a lot of different wells. I guess is the most complicated example I could find. But every well has its own page of putting some information that we've not typically collected in a machine readable format, such as well depth, whether it's fracture rock, well construction date. There's certain information that we want to capture. We're also capturing some items that DWR has asked us to capture, such as CASGEM ID, Oscar, well ID, things that are going to help us link up to other agencies and get this data a little bit, make it more useful for us to make these determinations that we're making. For the water level, looking at static water level, they'll be able to measure that, give us the date measured. They have a pumping level, pumping depth, and then the production information section, we're looking at amount produced, pump hours. We're actually going to calculate what the actual production of the source is on average over the reporting period. So that's going to help us get a lot of information. So you'll see like red icons and you'll see a green icon here and there. So as you fill out this form, when you fill out all of the form completely, it'll turn green, indicating that that source has been completely filled out, or the tab has been completely filled out. And if anything is in yellow, like for example, if I said my static water level is not available right now, I can mark not available and I can submit the report, but it will mark it as yellow, indicating it's partially completed. And we're asking folks to come back and fill that out as they have the information that they need. So this allows people to quickly go through the form, fill out what they have, and submit, while at the same time marking missing information and be able to go back and re-enter missing information. Next slide. So I just wanted to show the last tab here because I think it, we inspired by TurboTax. Hope they're not on the call. We have this review and submit tab that tells us every tab and the items that are missing, the items that have missing information, the things that are required missing information, and also that won't let you move on until you put it in, and then the things that we absolutely need to get, but we don't need to have it for them to submit it. This has hyperlinks so that folks can look at what the error is, click on it, and head back to the tab and re-enter that information and go back to the review and submit. So once the error check is completed, they will review it, have a chance to do one last review, send it out to other people in their agency if they want to check their work, and then they attest and submit, signing that they agree to the accuracy of the report. And I believe that that's the last slide. Next slide, please. So yeah, that was the last slide on the drought reporting. So it's a work in progress. We just launched on the 28th, and we had folks just register accounts. We have water board staff with accounts. We have counties with staff. Some of them are GSAs. And then we have water systems that are also signing up as well, all to put in their first drought report, which was live on the 1st of April, and that will be due on the 7th. And that is for the month of March. So for the month of March, we will have our first sort of reporting cycle for the drought reporting new portal. So I wanted to switch gears here and talk about the drought emergency spotlight. So I wanted to highlight just one of the systems in the past month or so. So this water system, Spring Mountain Mutual Water Company, about 26 people located out in Kern County, has 2 fractured rock wells. Both wells went dry on February 4th, producing only a trickle of water. So the water system was depressurized and dewatered, causing obviously a health concern and a major emergency for the water system there. So the Division of Drinking Water issues a do not drink notice because of the high nitrate. So as the water went down, the concentration of nitrate, which is already high, got even higher. So high nitrate, we have a do not drink notice there. We got, luckily for this water system, it had an existing funding agreement funded by DFA for self-help enterprises. And so they moved quickly into providing hauled water for the residents, performing some pump repairs and installing a test well to add additional supply. And so far, at the time I wrote this, $60,000 for water hauling and bottled water delivery so far. They're delivering the hauled. They were delivering it to the water system, but the water system was in such poor repair, or maybe valves were completely open, that it didn't stay in the system. So they're delivering it instead to each individual residence, just highlighting again the work that we do. It's not we help in the emergency, and then we also try to help in the long term. But oftentimes we miss this initial step that our staff are at DDW are working technically with the system and helping them out with technical assistance. And then we have our funding teams at the water boards to help them with the funding. It's many moving parts. We assist people, and then we try to help them permanently by that test well. That test well is going to be intended to hopefully add additional supply to this water system, so that they're not reliant on these 2 fracture walk wells that we already know are suspect in terms of providing water quantity. So a multi-pronged approach. It's not one size fits all, but this is just a spotlight of the type of work that's going on at the water boards, on the ground, the actual wells that are going dry that are affecting people right now. And so we're providing an ongoing 50 gallons per person per day for hauled water and 60 gallons per person per day of bottled water for the community. Next slide, please. So my last slide, I have a couple of quick updates I wanted to share. First of all, the drought response framework. So we have a draft framework criteria, which is underway. It's going some internal review right now, and we are utilizing the EAR data like I've presented in previous board updates. We're using needs analysis data, which is also underway and being finalized as well, and the CDAG scoring from Department of Water Resources. We're also utilizing the Division of Water Rights, the other DWR, curtailment information to determine who should be drought reporting for this year. So we're going to utilize that framework to help us capture those missing pieces and make sure that we don't miss anyone. We'd rather have more false positives than false negatives. In other words, we want to make sure that we catch everybody that's going to fail and catch potentially we're going to catch people that are not going to fail, and that is an acceptable risk for us. The second update is about data improvement. So going on from here, you've seen the first iteration of our drought reporting system. We have a lot of bug fixes, obviously, coming out from a release like this after development since August to now, which personally to me is a very quick development cycle. We're going to have a lot of bug fixes. We're trying to figure out how to get data reporting out. Also for our purposes, but also for the water system purposes, and also for coordination with other agencies such as Department of Water Resources, building a connection where they can utilize our data to inform their dry well data maps that they run in their CDAG reports and things like that. Drought flags that we're building. Again, we're giving the access to the people that are looking at this data. We want access for the water systems to see their own data so they can make decisions on how bad their sources are and what they need to do, so that regulatory staff know where do resources need to go, where do we need funding agreements, where do we need extra technical assistance, where do we need to maybe handhold some systems more. But the objective is to give the power into people that don't have data scientist degrees, like I don't have a data scientist degree, to be able to understand the data and be able to see that. Of course, that's going to come with some visualizations in the future. We're going to integrate the framework so it's automated, and then we're going to get hopefully some of the historical data that we have been collecting over the year integrated, so the visualizations show a nice trend of how their sources are performing. And the last one is the hotspots. So we've undergone a review of drought hotspots to determine impacts in preparation for this year of drought. So just to name a couple, we're really looking at the town of Mendocino. It's really an area that has historically had to haul water. They've been reliant on Fort Bragg for hauling water, and that was considered to be huge concern last year as Fort Bragg was struggling to maintain that hauling program for them. And we obviously stepped in with funding in that realm to allow a desalination plant for Fort Bragg, and also to allow for the hauling program funded by Department of Water Resources to allow the hauling program to continue. But the town of Mendocino needs a long-term plan. Monterey Peninsula, I believe one of the speakers alluded to that. The problems out there that need to be resolved. There's obviously a lack of water, and there's the cease and desist order. We have Mayor Municipal, who has noted concerns, and Lake Shasta, as Eric Ekdahl had mentioned, being lower than it even was last year. So there's definitely some areas of concern. There's a lot of work to do, and we are continuing to get out there and trying to unearth these issues before they go down. It used to be no news is good news. Now it's no news is like could be potentially really terrible news. Next slide, and that's my last update.
Thank you so much, Mr. Zuniga. Appreciate you joining us here remotely. As we did hear from Water Rights and the hydrologic update here, things are in going to be a very difficult summer. And so just really appreciate, I know, the good work on the data side and importantly, how that impacts and supports local decision-making. It reminds me as well of the work we're doing on the water rights side, which is facilitating really local managers to best understand their conditions and come to us with what their needs are in a timely fashion. What also comes to mind, and I don't know if you could maybe speak to this, I know with the recent reduction in the state water project from about 10 to 15, I think it was, to 5%. I have heard that on top of that are some human health and safety flows that are still needed for some systems. What is the work that's being done to unpack some of the vulnerability that might exist in Southern California with some of these systems? And have you heard of any permitting needs around either wells that have gone off because of water quality challenges or otherwise that some agencies may be contemplating that will require permitting work from us that folks can get to us sooner? Are we starting to hear some of that? And I think to your point, we're wanting everyone to best understand that now so that we can start to understand the permitting needs and get that through, not a week before it's needed, but here with hopefully some time and preparation.
Thank you, Chair Escobar. So we did look at some of our backlog for permitting, and honestly, statewide, we're not seeing a huge backlog. In other words, we're not having a lot of water systems requesting for these sources to be placed online. So it kind of puts us in that position where we're developing a tool that allows us to see who is connected, right? So if someone receives state water project, who is receiving that water and who receives from them, so on and so forth. And that has taken a little bit of resources to build that tool. But once that tool is completed, then we'll have the tool to be able to proactively reach out to more systems and ask them, hey, what are you guys doing to prepare? So we have some hotspots identified there as well. I believe through MWD, there's some hotspots that we've identified through there. There's some other Central Valley, not Central Valley, but State Water Project water systems that are reliant on that water that have had to request for health and human safety. There's been some funding on some of those water rights issues. So yeah, our message continues to be for water systems. If you have a standby well, don't wait until the summer to get that standby well permitted with treatment, to get that standby well rehabbed, ready for full production. If you even think that you're going to have an issue, don't create a backlog by waiting until the summer to do so. If a water system is going to, wait until they have an emergency and they're going to put a high nitrate or high arsenic well into the system, we can't say we're not going to be able to issue any enforcement for that situation. That is something that is definitely preventable at this point in time. So we don't consider it to be a big roadblock for us as far as backlog is concerned. We do believe we can process these permits in a timely manner, but we just need more folks to take the drought seriously and put these projects forth that need to be permitted. And we will do our due diligence to make sure that these get passed.
Really appreciate it. Thank you. Other board colleagues, questions or comments?
I had a question. I just wanted to make sure I'm following on the reporting that you mentioned. So who all is reporting to that? Is that just those systems that are on the drought watch list, or is that all public water or community water systems that are of a certain size? Can you just clarify that?
So it's currently just the drought watch systems, but we have been in talks to try to figure out how this could be expanded. It's obviously a very useful tool for us. There's there's expansions planned for domestic wells and state smalls to be reporting some type of data, maybe not potentially everything that I've shown today, but a subset of the data, or on a less frequent basis. SB 552 requires less than 3,000 service connection water systems, community water systems, to report to us on an annual basis what their source of supply is. And so, whether we do that in the AR or we utilize a platform like this, it's very possible that this reporting will be expanded to more systems in the near future. We're also going to probably be looking at the framework expanding too. So initially, it's just the 114 systems, but it is expected to expand.
Great, thanks. And I'm also wondering for those systems that are on the drought watch list where they are under the threshold, the size threshold for already needing to have a water quality or a water supply contingency plan. I'm wondering, but they're going to be required to have one under 552 next year. Are there actions that we're taking to require communication with customers on conservation or other kind of demand management communications or actions that we're doing with those smaller communities that may not have, well, certainly don't have the same requirements in terms of water supply contingency planning quite yet?
Yeah, and that's a complicated space. Like I said, they're not required to do it until next year. And less than 1,000 connections, which is really the bulk of our water systems, less than 1,000 service connections are only required to put some drought planning documents into their emergency response plan or emergency notification plan. So it's very minimal, the documentation they're going to do. We do have Department of Water Resources developing a template that's going to allow them to kind of, as a smaller water system, to be able to follow a template to create a plan. In that plan is, hey, if they go down 10% or if they go down 20% in source of supply, that they will implement the conservation measures necessary. And as you've seen in the executive order, there was an order for these larger water suppliers to mandatory implement that stage 2. So I think it's something that we're going to provide a lot of resources for these systems to be able to create something. We're kind of in this limbo where if we force them to create it, they're going to give us something that maybe is not very robust until we create that water storage contingency plan template. I think we can really point them to a resource that's really going to help them. And part of what makes that useful is the demand reduction side, which is the conservation, which they'll report here in the reporting system, but we really want that to be in a water storage contingency plan that the water system creates specific to their system, specific to their area, because there's not one size fits all. But not just that, it's not just the defense, it's also the offense, is the supply augmentation. What are they going to do to augment their sources of supply in addition to reducing demand? So I think it's definitely a multiple pronged approach. We don't do anything specifically to require stages, but it's definitely in our enforcement capabilities to be able to require a stage once they have a water storage contingency plan, to require a stage to be implemented to increase conservation. Good comment.
So thank you, Mr. Zuniga. I really appreciate the presentation and certainly all the work that you're doing to get a better understanding of what's going on out there, because this is all about readiness and preparedness and being able to address the emergency as it unfolds. And clearly, I think 2 years ago, we would not have ever predicted that we'd be in the hydrologic conditions that we're in today. And we certainly don't know where we're going here in the coming years. So I think many of these steps make good logical sense in our ability to help water systems better. Although, I do have a question for you, and that, I appreciate the update on the drought reporting system enhancements and all the investments that you're making there and making a better tool, easier to access, better information. But on the flip side, you're asking for a lot of information. So you have I just when you pulled up the slide that showed the wells and reporting on all the pumping water levels, static water levels, you could have systems with dozens, hundreds of sources, and that's a lot of data reporting to do every month, month in and month out. And so I was just wondering, you've made enhancements on your side, working on connections with DWR and other systems to improve that. how are you making it easier for the water systems then to report all the data that they have to collect on a monthly basis?
Yeah, and perfect comment, and thank you for your thank you for that. I appreciate that, because one of the things we're looking at is, as we expand out, we have to think about the audience. And right now, dealing with small water systems, for the most part, the majority of our drought watch systems are smaller systems. They're not urban water suppliers with a large amount of sources, and who already do reporting on a monthly basis for conservation. We have to really think about streamlining reporting. We have to think about, what is ORPP asking for? What are we asking for? How can, they benefit from what we're required to collect from these systems, so that we can reduce redundancy in reporting. For smaller systems, how can we make things easier for them to access? Something that we have to put in place before we allow larger systems like urban water suppliers to start reporting in bulk into this type of system is we need bulk data reporting, where you can input a spreadsheet of all of your sources, which they probably already maintain, a lot of these larger suppliers, and this will fill in your reports for you, so that you don't have to go bit by bit and try to get in that. So a lot of those enhancements really are on an as needed basis. So as before we do that, we need to make sure that we're going to make it easy for them to do that. And I think making it easy for the data to come out allows them to also use it for other reporting that they do for other purposes, to their water masters, the GSA, to various other folks that are interested in that data. They'll have access to our portal to be able to download that data that they put in, so that there's more of a benefit for the amount of information that they're putting in. We're also hoping that, if there's a larger set of people that are inputting quarterly, that it won't be as onerous a requirement. We were initially doing weekly reporting, which I think definitely could get on that realm of being onerous. But I think that's what we have to think about as we move forward, just making sure that the data that we're collecting is worth it. We're asking ourselves the question, is this question really worth it? Because we're going to ask it, hundreds and hundreds of times. And then making sure the data is useful, but then also making sure it's not an undue burden on the water systems. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. Those are my very questions as well. So I'll look forward to working with you as we go forward here to work through some of those. And I know this is a tough time and you're under the gun, and we certainly want to start collecting the data now, so we have it, because otherwise we won't have anything. So thank you for continuing to work through this.
Thank you.
Thank you also for the report. It's always very helpful and comprehensive. So thank you for your work. I just have a question about Monterey Peninsula being added to the hotspot list. If you could provide a little more information on that.
Sure. We do collaboration with a number of agencies, one of which is HCD, Housing and Community Development. And the concern that is brought up is housing. And there's a number of suppliers that, because of the cease and desist order, they've implemented self-imposed moratoriums. None of these moratoriums have been imposed by Division of Drinking Water necessarily. But we are aware that there are drought impacts in the area. We're aware that it's a complicated situation politically and logistically in terms of water availability. We know that there's projects underway that have long-term capabilities to really impact the peninsula in the future, but it's not yet a real resolution. So I think it's, as we get questions from HCD, we try to answer the best of our ability related to the technical ability of a water system to provide water. But I think what really needs to be done is a long-term, and it's really what the water rights is able to do, is looking at long-term sustainability in the peninsula. What projects are needed to increase supply? What conservation is needed to reduce demand? I mean, they've been conserving for so long that they're trying to squeeze water out of a rock at this point. So we see the difficulties there, and without a long-term plan, the peninsula is going to be in a bad shape. So it's just something that always needs to be looked at. There's two main suppliers that we're kind of concerned with. We have Seaside and we have Monterey itself. But it's just something that we have some hard questions to answer. And for us on our side, we look to sustainability in the long term, and we look at, try to look at 10 years of stability, and we simply don't have that stability there in that peninsula.
Thank you, Mr. Zuniga. Next, I think we have the Division of Financial Assistance, Mr. Pavlicek.
Yep. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and fellow board members. My name is Matt Pavlicek. I am a senior engineering geologist with the Division of Financial Assistance, and I will be providing a brief update on drought funding today. Next slide, please. So this map shows State Water Board funded existing regional and statewide programs that could help with drought response for services such as well repairs and replacements or provisions of bottled or hauled water. There's still over $56 million available under these programs. Additionally, technical assistance is being provided across the state through a number of agreements with various technical assistance providers. These agreements could potentially also assist with drought-related issues, and there is still approximately $54 million remaining in our technical assistance program. As a side note on technical assistance, a request for qualifications was posted for new drinking water technical assistance providers as part of recent legislation naming technical assistance providers as an entity eligible for direct funding under the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Fund. DFA held a workshop on March 23rd to provide information on the Drinking Water Technical Assistance Provider RFQ to interested parties that would like to be included in DFA's Qualified Drinking Water Technical Assistance Provider pool. And more information on this is available on our webpage. Next slide, please. So this slide summarizes our drought funding activities since July 1st of last year. We've committed funding to 5 urgent drinking water projects, 12 emergency well repair projects through Self-Help Enterprises program for a combined total of just under $2 million. We have added $34.8 million to our existing regional programs. And overall, we have provided interim solutions to 10 communities specifically related to drought issues, providing assistance to over 7,500 people. New to this update, we are sharing information about drought resiliency projects. Since July 1st of last year, we funded 42 drought resiliency projects totaling around $355 million. Examples of these drought resiliency projects include drilling and equipping of new wells, rehabilitation and equipping of existing wells, installation of wellhead treatment or source water treatment, consolidations or connections to adjacent water systems, recycled water projects that benefit potable water suppliers, installation of new water system infrastructure, which could include pipelines, pump stations, water intakes, storage tanks, and water meter projects, for example, and groundwater recharge projects as well. Next slide, please.
I just want to note and thank the addition of that as well. I know we've been good about reporting out all of our emergency work, but what we have are really critical financial tools like the Clean Water SRF and the Drinking Water SRF that are putting out a lot of dollars in some really critical projects. So really appreciate the addition of those to better understand where the investments are going.
Absolutely. I also wanted to touch on some of our recent funding projects. So we did recently approve one emergency project through the Self-Help Enterprises program for Sultana CSD. There, as I mentioned, the 42 projects for the drought resiliency, and then our regional programs. We do have one amendment for our Tulare Countywide bottled water program that was adding an additional $500,000 to that as well. Next slide, please. I also wanted to touch on our countywide and regional funding program. The solicitation for that program opened on February 22nd of this year. The funding is intended to address drought-related and water quality issues faced by state small water systems and domestic well users. Staff held workshops to provide an overview of the funding available and the application process in early March of this year. The State Water Board and the Department of Water Resources are currently in discussions with approximately 15 interested counties. Staff are conducting additional outreach and coordinating with our Division of Drinking Water to outreach particularly to counties that do have a higher drought risk as well. And more information regarding this program and how to apply is also available on our webpage. Next slide, please. For today, I wanted to highlight a few projects in particular. The first is an emergency project for Tullyville Mutual Nonprofit Water Association. Tullyville is located just east of Exeter, California in Tulare County. This emergency project was funded by the Self-Help Enterprises Emergency Fund Program and approved by DFA on December 3rd of last year. The water system serves 77 households and has experienced chronic issues with their wells breaking suction and functioning at less than their design capacity, with their most recent water outage occurring in July of last year. The project included work to rehabilitate both of the community's wells and reinstall pumps at the lowest possible elevation in each well. The pump company pulled the well pumps and carried out the rehab work during the month of February of this year. Tullyville also lacked adequate storage capacity. To address this, 2 temporary 10,000-gallon storage tanks were installed along with a booster pump to let the well fill the tanks overnight. Procurement of the 2 storage tanks and the booster pump were provided through the Self-Help Enterprises Tanks and Hauled Water Program, and the emergency project funding was used to cover the labor and materials needed to prepare the temporary tank site and install the tanks and booster pumps. Residents in Tullyville are also receiving bottled drinking water through the Tulare County Bottled Water Program that's funded by DFA. And additionally, technical assistance is being provided by Self-Help Enterprises to assist Tullyville with submitting a drinking water state revolving fund construction application to pursue a potential consolidation with the city of Exeter as a long-term solution for continued water service, and evaluation of the long-term solution is still ongoing. Next slide, please. So the second project I wanted to highlight is a drought resiliency project for the Coachella Valley Water District. Coachella Valley Water District and the Division of Financial Assistance entered into a funding agreement to provide $45 million in funding for a project to expand the district's non-potable water distribution system. The project consisted of installing approximately 50,000 linear feet of non-potable water pipeline in Palm Desert and unincorporated Bermuda Dunes. As part of the project, the district will also replace and expand its water recycling plant pump station. The project's objectives are to enhance the sustainability of groundwater supplies, eliminate secondary treated wastewater land disposal, maximize delivery of recycled water to existing users, and provide drought resiliency. The project is expected to provide over 7,500 acre-feet of recycled water per year for irrigation in the district's service area. This will result in a reduction of groundwater overdraft in accordance with their water management goals and objectives. Next slide, please. And lastly, here are some links for some of our various drought funding resources, and we are available to answer any questions.
Just incredible thanks, continued thanks for the work that's being done here. It's not lost on me, I think as we all experienced in the last drought, how we quickly got overwhelmed by the amount of need throughout the state, and seeing the change and just the ability for all of us to have responded this last summer as we did and be prepared here to continue to be able to support communities is incredible to see, and glad to be able to do our small part as board members to support it, certainly. I would just emphasize in your comments these local agreements with counties or other service providers, technical service providers, to be able to account for what we know are our most vulnerable communities, domestic wells and state smalls, and really needing to see these programs expanded. Again, they're what's making the difference here this last year and going into next year. And so just kind of message out to our leaders in the counties out there who are, I know, grappling with a lot of challenges in their jurisdictions, but to think of drought, think of these programs as a really important tool to be able to respond in ways, again, that just 7-8 years ago, we were, as a state, incredibly overwhelmed, and here have these more lasting programs and expansion of them to really support communities. So just thank you. Colleagues, any other questions, comments?
Yeah, I just have a quick question. Mr. Pavlicek, early in the presentation, you mentioned the RFQ for additional technical assistance providers under SB 200. Can you elaborate where we are at in that process of receiving applications and reviewing those?
I would ask if, I don't know if Megan or Jasmine would be able to respond to that. I don't have all the details on that.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
So we have received 6 statement of qualifications for technical assistance providers. At this point, I believe 3 of those are for existing technical assistance providers that are looking to amend existing agreements to add scope or budget. And so, so far we have 3 new providers that have come into the fold through the SOQ. And we have, several other that we're also having discussions with and hope to have SOQs in soon. Okay, thanks.
Thank you both.
Along those lines, have we actually gotten any applications yet from counties or other emergency program providers? I forget the name of what we're calling them, for getting emergency response projects in place, or is it? I saw there was a good number that are in discussions. Just wondering if any have actually submitted applications at this point.
Yeah, so we have an application from Santa Cruz County that we're in the process of reviewing. We did have a call last week with representatives from Shasta County who are exploring applying for a program, as well as San Joaquin County. For San Joaquin County, there are also some discussions with self-help enterprises about expanding their service area to cover that as well. So that's what we have so far.
Incredible work. Thank you. That we have a few commenters, so we can go to our comments now. And just to flag, after this item, we'll take a 15-minute break, and then I think try to go through the rest of our informational items and then break for lunch. So just for everyone's planning purposes there. Okay, I'd like to call up Daniel Coates as our first commenter on the item, followed by Eric Orellana. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Escobar and members of the board. I'm Danielle Coates, a Senior Policy and Government Affairs Manager with Eastern Municipal Water District. I want to thank you for the opportunity to provide comment this morning, still this morning, and thank staff for the comprehensive presentation. Eastern is a water and wastewater and recycled water provider in Western Riverside County. And as California continues to advance further into drought, we believe it is prudent that the administration has advanced a series of comprehensive actions geared towards increasing conservation. And with the summer months approaching, we all know that the actions that we take now help California withstand the dry and wildfire-prone months ahead. Eastern is committed to encouraging conservation and supporting fair and equitable water use reductions. And we acknowledge the positive steps that were taken to support the local control and utilizing existing protocols through the activation of the water shortage contingency plans. Eastern has been actively advancing conservation initiatives for many years, and since the last drought alone, we have been successful in replacing nearly 10 million square feet of non-functional turf. And we've built out our recycled water storage and distribution system to beneficially reuse every drop of water we produce in our service area. As we continue to make investments, with our board of directors most recently adopting a resolution on water use efficiency and non-functional turf management last month, with the intended purpose of providing greater coordination of multi-departmental effort to prioritize and promote conservation, support efficient irrigation practices, recognizing turf has a place in our communities, however, strategically investing and supporting turf removal where the purpose is ornamental in nature. Eastern is continuing to coordinate with academic institutions to advance programs that will support conservation objectives, develop a mechanism for making non-functional turf removal affordable for our customers, and develop resilient and water efficient communities. We'd like to share these and other efforts with the state board as you continue to advance the executive order. And we urge the state board to work with the water community to flesh out the details of the executive order. We look forward to productive coordination and communication as we collectively maneuver this drought emergency and consider the future water use in California. And again, we appreciate all your actions and the hard work that is going into addressing this current drought as we continue to move forward. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Coates. Appreciate the continued leadership at Eastern Municipal, and really glad that we're able to continue to have folks commenting here, even if remotely, importantly. So thanks for the good work. Next, Eric Orellana is not on the platform, so we have Kimberly Burr, who will be followed by Regina Chigazola.
Hi, good morning, and thank you for all your hard work and under very trying conditions. I'm calling in from Sonoma County. I'm an advocate for Green Valley Creek. We've been trying to restore Green Valley Creek, which is a tributary to the Russian River, for many years. And we're trying to get our arms around the fact that the county and all the local jurisdictions basically are approving new wells without consideration of the impacts that might be on anadromous streams like Green Valley Creek, which has several endangered species trying to survive in it. So I just wanted to let you know we're still out here and we still support all your work that you're doing, and hope that some of the entitlements that exist in the Russian River are looked at carefully, so-called entitlements, so that we can fix all our impaired streams. I think all the streams in Sonoma County are declared impaired. And it's kind of astonishing, but we're trying really hard to grapple with that. I think, the drought is one thing, but, these creeks have survived for a long time through many droughts. So the human impacts on these creeks is not insignificant. And, we're responsible for kind of protecting them. So I encourage you guys to continue to do your important work. Maybe consider the unreasonable uses that are occurring. We have an enormous tourist economy that's only growing. New motels and hotels along the banks of the river being proposed. 200-acre of oak woodland conversions are on the table as we speak. The county, is not doing all it can, and we're out here trying to fight with the fight for the fish. And so we really appreciate all your support and all your hard work. I know you're doing curtailments on the river, and that's vitally important, and we need to continue to do that, and prioritize things that need our help, which are the endangered species out there in our watershed. So I just wanted to call in and thank you again for all your hard work, and we support you. And we're watching everything as closely as we can so we can help where we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burr. Appreciate your time today and the engagement around the issues. Thank you. And last, we have Regina Chicazola.
Hello, I'm not really used to this new format, so it's a little strange to see my face up there.
Yeah.
I'm
Welcome.
so glad to see you all back together again, of course, though. So there's a few things I wanted to bring up. First of all, I am pretty concerned that we don't see a temperature management plan yet, because the irrigation season is starting, and I would like to I might have missed something in this meeting too, and I apologize if I did. I have a sick kid, so I keep having to run back and forth. But I think we need some kind of emergency measures to protect carryover storage in our reservoirs right now. I mean, we're looking at a health and safety crisis and a fisheries crisis if we do allow a lot of water to be transferred out of our reservoirs while we're waiting for this plan. Another thing I wanted to bring to your attention is that I would like to see, well, when you're looking at the carryover storage, along with Shasta, I would really like you to look at the carryover storage necessities for the Trinity River. And I'm not sure if this board has gotten the letter yet, but as part of the Bureau of Reclamation's reconsultation project, the Yurok and Hoopa tribes did request emergency measures to protect Trinity River carryover storage as interim measures. And so I will make sure that letter is forwarded to this board so that you can consider it in your temperature management plan, because it is really critical we do not transfer too much water out of the Trinity River this year. Along with that, I also wanted to bring up one that we do not support, obviously, the recent temporary urgency management petition. Sorry, I think I said that wrong. That just went through. And we will be writing a letter to say why, but I haven't actually had the chance to look at what finally came out today. But I would also like you to look at some of the flows in some of the other tributaries that are critically important, including Butte Creek. As you're probably aware, there was a large-scale spring salmon fish kill due to warm temperatures in Butte Creek last year of endangered species. And so I really feel like it does meet the same criteria as creeks such as Deer Creek and Shasta River and places like that, where there are emergency curtailments to make sure that there is water for fisheries. So if possible, I would like your staff to look into if there's anything that can happen for Butte Creek. And then just to finish off, I really appreciate everything that's being done to look into the future this year. Especially when it comes to drinking water supplies. And I just really hope that you look at the Central Valley Project dams within that process and think about whatever interim emergency measures you need until we have a temperature management plan to make sure that we don't run out of water. Because I'm sure that you all realize how critical storage is in our reservoirs this year. And there's no reason for us to believe that we're looking at the end of this drought. So that's all I have for today. Just short-term emergency actions is something we need right now. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Chickaszola. Appreciate your engagement here and joining us. Okay, that wraps up our commenters for this item. Anything further from fellow board colleagues here? Comments, reflections? Yes,
Yeah.
board member.
Oh, thanks. I just had a request, and I know often request a lot, so you can let us know how best to do this, but it would be great to get a kind of update on the executive order, and it doesn't have to be obviously this meeting, but just in future meetings on the actions that it's requiring and how we're implementing it here at the Water Board. I know we're going to have emergency regs process, but there's a lot of things in that EO, so it'd be great to just have a summary of that, and then a quick overview of what we're doing to implement it, and in addition to the much larger in-depth work on the emergency regs. Thanks.
Thank you, board member. Let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. I know we're nearly at noon already as it is, so we will take a late lunch. We'll see. We won't take it any later than 1 o'clock. And so let's take a 15-minute now, though, and we will be back at about 12 o'clock, 15 minutes-ish. So thank you, everyone. Appreciate the good morning so far. Look forward to the afternoon. Okay, everyone. It is 12:02. We can begin to gather back. Thank you, everyone. And it's good to have the background chatter between breaks. And now we're moving on to item number 3 here, which is our apologies, item number 4. I'll bring up my actual agenda so I don't just wing it, which is our update on monthly water production and conservation data reported by urban retail water suppliers. And like to invite up Charlotte Ely and Mariel Rodero. Good to see you all.
It's only the third time I've done this, so there we go. Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Mariel Rodero, and together here today with Charlotte Ely, I will be providing the urban water conservation update for February 2022. Next slide, please. So February continued the dry trends that was observed in January with unusually warm and dry conditions, resulting in the lowest 2-month average precipitation on record, as was previewed in the earlier presentation, which meant that statewide residential use for February 2022 was 74 gallons per person per day, which is among the higher statewide averages we've observed since data collection began. Next slide, please. We did see very slight savings relative to the baseline for this reporting period. February 2022 statewide use was 0.5% lower than February of 2020. However, cumulative use is still dropping. The July 2021 to February 2022 cumulative savings are at 5.8%, which is down from 6.4% in January. Next slide, please. This month, there isn't as clear of a spatial pattern with regard to the savings. 6 out of 10 regions decreased overall use relative to February 2020. South Lahontan had the highest savings at 10.4%, with North Coast following at 5.9%, San Francisco Bay at 4.6%, and Tulare Lake at 3.3%. The South Coast and North Lahontan regions had slight savings of less than 1%. The San Joaquin Central Coast, Colorado River, and Sacramento River regions all saw increases relative to February 2020. Next slide, please.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. Barring any questions for Mariel, we would like to jump into the second half of the presentation. So my name is Charlotte Ely. I supervise the conservation program in the Office of Research Planning and Performance. And we're going to start off the second half of our presentation today talking about Executive Order N7/2022. Following the driest first 3 months in the state's recorded history, Governor Gavin Newsom issued last month a new executive order last Monday. It includes several provisions to protect people and water resources as California enters a 3rd year of drought. Related to conservation are sort of 3 key directives. One is the call to all Californians to strive to limit summertime use and use water more efficiently inside and out. Second was direction to the State Water Board to, by May 25th, consider an emergency regulation that would do 3 things. First, it would require urban retail water suppliers to submit preliminary annual supply and demand assessments a month ahead of the statutory deadline. Second, it would require urban retail water suppliers, urban suppliers, to move to level 2 of their water shortage contingency plans. Level 2 is commensurate with a shortage of up to 20%. And third, it directed the Water Board to define non-functional commercial, industrial, and institutional turf and to ban its irrigation. A final sort of directive of interest was that state agencies are to submit by April 15th a proposal to the Department of Finance for drought mitigation actions, including conservation. So additional funding to support conservation and drought response are likely. Next slide, please. So during the last board meeting, board member Morgan posed 2 questions to our team. First was, what conservation programs do urban retail water suppliers currently have in place? And second, what funding opportunities are available to help expand those programs? So to answer your first question, board member Morgan, we're showing a review of urban retail water supplier websites from 2020. This is representing, the websites of about 317 urban retail water suppliers. Based on that review, we can see that many of California's urban water agencies have programs in place to encourage greater water use efficiency. The chart here shows the percentage of agencies with different types of conservation programs in place. We can see that more than half have water loss programs and provide rebates to their commercial, industrial, and institutional, which I'll refer to as CI&I for the remainder of the presentation, and provide rebates for their CII customers. About half of the suppliers provide rebates for turf replacement. Less than half provide rebates for efficient irrigation devices, rebates for residential fixtures and appliances, or surveys for CII and residential customers. And very few are using water budgets or run their own outreach programs. Part of this could be because they're part of and benefiting from larger regional outreach programs. So in some, many are doing really great work, but there's room for improvement. A website we also wanted to highlight, shown on the very bottom of this slide, is from Aqua, and it highlights some of the responses by local water purveyors across the state, showing what they're doing vis-a-vis conservation goals, efficiency programs, and long-term water resiliency planning. So that's another great resource to look to understand the great work that's happening across the state of California. Next slide, please. So we opted to dovetail the answer to board member Morgan's second question with our conservation tip this month. Usually our conservation tips are directed to the people of California, things that anyone could do. But this month, with the passage of the executive order, our tip this month is specifically for urban retail water suppliers. And it's to take advantage of the grant funding that's currently available to help be more resilient and in the face of drought, and to respond to the current crisis that we find ourselves in. So here at the State Water Board, and there are folks from DFA here today who could speak to this to greater detail. There is $1.2 billion in the drinking and clean water state revolving funds. There are opportunities to leverage those dollars to get conservation and efficiency programs off the ground. At the Department of Water Resources, there's a number of funding available. The urban and multi-benefit drought relief funding, for example, through April 15th, they're accepting applications for phase 3 of this grant program with specific eligibility for underrepresented communities and Native American tribes. Other programs we wanted to highlight was the Strategic Growth Council's Transformative Climate Communities. This is another source of funding that could be used to help with transforming landscapes, for example, across urban areas in California. We wanted to make a quick correction here. The urban greening and regional climate collaborative solicitations are now closed, but there should be more funding coming to these programs soon. Next slide, please. Here we are just highlighting some of the line items that are in the proposed 2022 to 23 climate budget for conservation and community resilience. There is $180 million that has been set aside for water conservation specifically, including efficiency leaks and turf replacement, $145 million for urban and small community drought relief through the Department of Water Resources, and $100 million for urban forestry and greening. There are a lot of other different types of funding that could help to not only help with things like urban cooling, but also to help with transforming our landscapes to be more efficient, scattered throughout the climate budget, if you will. Next slide, please. So starting with this slide, we're trying to answer some of the questions that board member Firestone posed during the last meeting. She asked us about the relationship between water consumption, income, and water loss, or excuse me, and water rates. So the remaining slides will show some of the review and data crunching that we've been doing over the last couple weeks. The questions that board member Firestone posed are really big and important questions. Answering them thoroughly, I think, will take a lot more time than what we had available over the last couple of weeks. What we're showing today could really be the beginning of a larger and longer conversation. So the first question that board member Firestone posed was, do we have information on the relationship between average residential GPCD, that's gallons per capita per day consumption, and median household income? Is it generally true that most low-income customers use less water and therefore have a higher per capita efficiency than high-income residential customers? This first slide is our big picture takeaway from the literature we reviewed, specifically Paula Gonzalez on our team reviewed. So this is her good work. As you can see, a fair amount of research has been done on this topic. This is a sampling, really. The findings essentially show that income and water use are very closely intertwined. Most of the time, as income increases, so does water use, in part because wealthier households have larger lots. Now, some of the example findings, for each 1,000 square foot increase in average lot size, water use increases by 1.8%. Those kinds of studies have been done here. One of the more contemporary ones was actually a report from the Department of Water Resources that we sort of worked with them on, and that was an analysis of residential indoor water use in California. And they actually found, without considering lot size, that for each $10,000 increase in household income, indoor use increased by 0.3 GPCD. So a lot of the literature suggests, and some recent studies that we've been a part of have shown, that larger lot size is a big part to do with it, but that is not always the case. Next slide, please. So in these graphs, we are showing the relationship between a supplier's average residential water use in GPCD and the median household income of all of their customers. So each dot represents a single supplier. On the y-axis is median household income, and on the x-axis, residential gallons per capita per day. So our GPCD, as we often refer to it, represents how much water is used on average in the residential sector within that supplier's service area. So what we're seeing here is that in the San Joaquin Valley and most of Southern California, there is a clear trend. As median household income rises, so does residential water use. In climate zone 8, for example, which is the graph on the left-hand side of the screen, residential water use increases by 1 GPCD for every roughly $800 in median household income. In Southern California and the Inland Climate Valley Zone, or Zone 9, residential water use increased by 1 GPCD for every roughly $540 increase in median household income. In other climate zones, such as the Bay Area, the relationship is not as strong. And at the statewide scale, the relationship is fairly weak, in part because we're not taking into consideration the unique factors that drive water use in different areas of the state. So things like climate, as we're showing here, but also lot size, as I mentioned earlier, and historic investments in conservation and efficiency, consumer preference, the cost of water, et cetera. So while we can observe trends at the regional or climate zone scale, they would be more accurate at the service area or even neighborhood scale, especially when other factors are accounted for. So these more refined analyses could be used to fine-tune conservation programs. Next slide, please. So here again, we're looking at the climate zone scale. This is climate zone 9, I believe. So for Ventura and parts of Los Angeles County. We're looking at the relationship between population, income, and water consumption. Because we don't have detailed demographic data across the supplier's service area, we're looking at the population of suppliers serving communities in which the median household income falls into different income brackets. So communities with a median household income of $100,000 or larger represent about 30% of the population, yet they consume about 41% of the region's water. These trends are not as pronounced in other regions of the state. For example, in the Bay Area, regardless of the median household income of the community served, residential water use appears more or less proportional. While these trends are visible, when looking across climate zones, they are more meaningful, accurate, and we expect more pronounced at smaller scales. And I'm going to pass it to Marielle for a second.
It is worth noting that we have gathered more granular data before for other purposes. You might recall the COVID financial impact study that we did at the end of 2020. And for that study, we were actually able to obtain the number of households that were in some form of debt. And this was binned by zip code. So if we were able to get more granular data, we could then also get more granular data with the demographics associated with them. So it's possible, just would require a little bit more legwork.
Okay, so these more granular analyses I think would be quite useful, not only because they could help us understand conservation potential, but also have a better understanding of the equity implications of our work. Next slide, please. So the image didn't show up at all here. A recent webinar I attended really just floored me. It demonstrated just how valuable more granular data can be. The company giving the webinar has developed a tool designed to help urban suppliers integrate demographic and water use data to fine-tune conservation opportunities. They shared a very compelling example. For an agency here in California, the tool was used to develop what are called water budgets for every residential customer within the supplier service area. The conservation strategy basically involved applying efficiency standards for indoor and outdoor residential water use for every customer for each household. Using data such as the number of occupants and lot size, suppliers can calculate tailored water use allocations for each household in their service area. And having done this, they found that 30% of the households were on average 211% above their individual budgets. For this California agency, the tool estimated that 30% of the customers who appear to be residing in a quite affluent area use 60% of the agency's water. When thinking about opportunities to conserve within the service areas of suppliers, knowing which customers use the most water and how they might be affected by different conservation strategies is really critical. Next slide, please. One of the other questions Board Member Firestone posed during the last meeting was, do we have information on where water systems are instituting rate structures that are regressive and charge low-use customers more per gallon than high-use customers? To answer this question, we dug deep into some of the rate and residential water use data that we have through the electronic annual report. For the last several years, urban retail water suppliers have been providing water cost data at 6, 9, 12, and 2,400 cubic feet HCF. We're not used to dealing in the HCF sort of quantity, so I've translated it here for the benefit for people like me. Basically, 6 HCF for a 4-person household would be about 36 gallons per capita per day. That is about what a household would be using if it were equipped with efficient fixtures and appliances. 24 HCF for a 4-person household would be about 145 gallons per capita per day. And that, for context, represents about the top 10% of residential water users. So we can move to the next slide, please. We looked at how much customers were paying per unit of water at 6, 9, 12, and 24 HCF. This slide summarizes the statewide findings. The data suggests that the statewide median cost per unit at 6 HCF is almost double the median cost per unit at 24 HCF. In other words, the data suggests that half of the suppliers in California have rate structures that effectively charge customers who use 6 HCF nearly twice as much per unit of water than they do customers that use 24 HCF. And this is the graph that we're showing at the top right-hand corner of the slide. Again, it's showing the median values per HCF at 6, 9, 12, and 24 HCF. You can see the median price, at the very top. 6 HCF is $6.50. Price per unit at 24 HCF is $3.45 down at the bottom. Another way of considering this data is to look at how many suppliers have a $6 to $24 per HCF ratio over 1. The statewide sort of median value is 1.88. Any value over 1 suggests a rate structure that effectively provides a bulk discount for a limited and precious resource. We looked at the rate data for 312 suppliers. 95% of them have a $6 to $12 per CCF ratio greater than 1. This is the graph, the histogram that we're showing in the bottom right-hand corner of the slide. So for context, I think it's important to keep in mind that suppliers include both fixed and variable charges on water bills as a way of ensuring revenue stability. Many have embedded their costs into fixed charges with relatively little charges associated with actual water consumption. The effect of this is that customers who are using the most water are given this sort of bulk discount, and that they're paying less per unit as they consume more.
I have a question, and I was going to wait, but I don't know that I'm going to be able to because this is getting kind of complicated. Is it possible then for a supplier to have a tiered pricing structure and still end up having this bulk rate issue that you're talking about because of the fixed costs? That if you were to tease that out?
Well, we have information on not only what they're charging per HCF at 6, 9, 12, and 24, but also what kind of rate structures they have in place is one of the other data fields they've completed in the EAR. But before we move on to the next slide, and thank you for your question, I'd like us to just please note that 5% of California agencies do have progressive rate structures, and that they have rate structures that disincentivize this higher water use. So there are some that are doing something a bit differently. Next slide, please. So this was a graph from the Alliance for Water Efficiency's recent report, an assessment of water affordability and conservation potential in Long Beach, California. The report evaluated water affordability in Long Beach and the extent to which efficiency and conservation can help families, particularly disadvantaged families, lower their water and sewer bills. AWE calculated the average annual cost of water and sewer for a single family customer in Long Beach and then expressed it as a percentage of the average annual income for each household in different income brackets. So for example, the midpoint, for 10,000 to 15,000 income is about $12,000 dollars per year. For these households, the average annual water and sewer bill of $824 would represent 6.6% of annual household income. And you can see as households make more money, obviously, water and sewer costs represent a smaller and smaller fraction of their average annual income. Next slide, please. So this is our second to last slide, and I'll briefly recap our key findings. In some climate zone, there appears to be a strong relationship between higher income communities and higher average water use. This is consistent with research that has been done over the last several decades. In most places, but not all, higher water using customers pay less for each unit of water consumed. But again, there are 5% of the customers, 5% of urban suppliers, that do appear to charge more per unit of water as customers consume more. There was actually a third question that board member Firestone posed at the last meeting. She asked, do we know how these rate structures correspond to overall water use and conservation practices? In other words, do systems with more aggressive rates tend to use more water? This is a very big question, as it turns out. And while anecdotally we can say yes, with the time we had, we found a few examples for which this is the case. We, need to do a much more robust analysis to evaluate how rates may influence water use across the state. So I think there's a lot more to look into here. And I guess our fourth and final point is that, as Marielle was speaking to earlier, this analysis would really benefit from more granular data and data accounting for these other factors that influence water use, because it's not just climate, it's also lot size, it's also, what kind of investments have been made previously to get more efficiency programs off the board, et cetera, et cetera. So we could do that kind of analysis. It would just take more time and maybe another Marielle. That is, our very last slide. Again, we're in the midst of a very serious drought, and just wanted to remind all of us and all Californians and anyone who's watching to do everything you can to save water indoors and out. So thank you for your time, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Really appreciate the breakdown of what is, again, a complicated topic. A lot of different water agencies, different sizes, different communities, but the core work here of continuing to drive conservation, given not just this drought, but the increasing aridity in the West that we know we have to adapt to, is really important. I appreciate the executive order that directs us to define non-functional turf. We continue to understand, again, that outdoor water use is what can largely drive what are really critical needs for conservation in the state. So I appreciate the breakdown. I guess I would actually like to go back to the first slide around RGPCD and the years as reflective of, again, what has been happening, because I think in 2015 we were similarly here for this month at 74, and then saw some really wet years where we were down around 54 RGPCD statewide in that graph. And I don't know if we can pull it up, but what it would be helpful is to not just have the statewide averages there, but not unlike we do, and thank you for that, but not unlike we do for the percentages broken down by region. It might be helpful to unpack these numbers a bit. When you talked about these budgets that reflect a real opportunity for households to understand, what is their footprint in their gallons per person per day averages, and how do those add up to what are these system-wide budgets that we're setting with our long-term efficiency work? Continuing to unpack and use our GPCD or GPCD here to really help us understand if we're meeting conservation targets in a way that I think can not just refer to a percentage point tied to a year, which is good. I mean, what's important here, it's all the same data. You can slice it at any moment, any way you really want. But I think continuing to discuss gallons per person per day, not unlike the way we do even as we had our conversation in drought response generally, with 55 GPCD being a number that we feel reflects at this point and is reflective in our work, human health and safety amounts. Again, kind of understanding and unpacking these numbers on a regional basis, I think can be helpful as well. And even just reflecting on this graph here, again, 2015 drought and seeing 66 in 2016 kind of reflects, I think, the depth that we can still plumb, if you will, when it comes to our ability to conserve around all this. So just thank you. I appreciate the unpacking of the information. I look forward to also moving on to implementation of the executive order, where here in getting agencies to move to stage 2, defining non-functional turf, and focusing on these outdoor uses can hopefully help really materialize the conservation, again, we're really needing to see in the state, given the severe conditions that we all just discussed earlier in this meeting. So thank you again. Other colleagues on this discussion, the numbers?
Yeah, thank you so much. And thanks for all the great information, both on funding programs and looking at some of the equity issues. Just my building on what Chair Esquivel said, I think one of the takeaways for me is the continued need to look at GPCD as the target, even more so than the amount saved, because we have a lot of inequities right now in terms of who is using water and how reductions in use may be felt. I think really what we're all striving to do is get to efficient water use and as efficient as we can in the state. I think it also just highlights the state is going to be doing a lot of conservation investments right now, and importantly, doing it into where we're going to see the most bang for the buck in terms of reducing water use. But that is investing in some of the higher income and higher use water systems in the state. So it's really, I think as we look at how we use those investments and how we implement conservation, really paying attention to and understanding how equity plays into that and who is receiving those benefits and who isn't, is critical. We have an ongoing need, obviously, in the state to look at affordability. Part of how we can get to affordability is having rate structures that aren't regressive, and being able to ensure everyone can afford a basic amount of water and aren't effectively subsidizing high water users. So many facets of this issue. I think if we think about how we promote both affordability and conservation, it's actually aligned in that we want to ensure that folks can afford water, and that if you're using very little water, you're not having to pay higher rates per gallon. So I really appreciate the work that's done. Of course, there's more to do. I think there's work I think that some of our partners, like you said, Long Beach and others, are already doing to look at this issue and really target. Thanks for bringing those. And I also will just say I really appreciate this as helping us have a context for the equity issues that play out in the decisions that we make at the state. Again, because how we implement our programs then can reinforce or help to address inequities depending on how we do that and how we understand the issue. So really appreciate it.
You're here. Thank you, board member. Vice Chair.
Well, thank you, Board Member Firestone, for posing the questions, and thank you for following up. These are some interesting touch points, and I appreciate that you'll be spending more time on this. I think for me, I'm just, always really grappling with to what extent disadvantaged communities are going to be impacted, looking at the long term as we switch over to efficiency standards. And so when you come back, it would be great if you could pull out, to the extent that the research is available, but to pull out indoor versus outdoor. And then, because it just strikes me that these larger lots that are using so much, more water, I know there are a lot of different factors, but we're probably talking about newer homes that have more efficient appliances. So it just drives back to the outdoor discussion. And then looking at lower medium household income households, teasing out multifamily dwellings so that we can, really look at that comparison in terms of the efficiency standards, again, focusing on outdoor and what sort of additional burden might there be for disadvantaged communities, but trying to, better isolate the type of households that would be having to make adjustments going forward. And presumably, many multifamily dwellings wouldn't have those issues. I know it depends on the complex and all that, but in disadvantaged communities, unfortunately, oftentimes they don't have parks and outdoor spaces to begin with.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
I just, I echo the comments that have already been made, and I just really want to express my appreciation for the follow-up to the questions from the last board meeting and the presentation today of really diving into those questions and providing the additional information. So thank you for that.
Many thanks. We have a couple of commenters, or I believe just one actually. Would like to call up Evan Jacobs.
Hi, board. This is Evan Jacobs. Looks like I am up for public comment. I apologize. Yes. I was just multitasking and talking to a coworker. So Evan Jacobs here with California American Water. I think you're all familiar with us. We're a PUC regulated water utility serving about 720,000 Californians and 34 water systems around the state. And I thought it was timely. I had signed up for this item, but after the opportunity arose to also talk a little bit about what we're doing on the Monterey Peninsula, which is one of the areas we serve, as well as in Sonoma County, where we have 2 water systems. We obviously have had mandatory conservation restrictions for many years on the Monterey Peninsula, but we began rolling them out in other places, including Sonoma County last winter. This winter, we instituted our mandatory conservation measures, water shortage plans throughout our systems in Southern California. And given the most recent emergency order, California American Water is activating its water shortage plans in its remaining systems in Northern California. That includes Sacramento, Placer, Merced, and Madera counties. We are working on a communications campaign. We spent a lot of time talking to customers about water efficiency as well as conservation. This year, we are launching a high water user campaign that targets the top third residential water users in our systems. We think that is the area where we have the potential to realize the most water savings by focusing on those seasonal high water users and giving them the tools and education they need to reduce water use. We ran a similar campaign last year and had good results with it, so looking to build on that success. I would also mention that in 2 areas in Northern California, we're working with counties to develop agreements for trucked water supplies for nearby communities where we believe there are or will be failing domestic wells this summer. So where we're able to provide supply, we are working hard on that. I would share that we are obviously, February was not the best year in terms of conservation this year. I think given the dry conditions, good weather meant that water use was up, and winter obviously is when we see less discretionary water use. I did want to share a couple data points that I think are important. One is in Geyserville, which is a system we operate in Sonoma County, Upper Russian River Watershed. We've seen a 26% reduction in water use in that community overall since 2020. And we actually saw an even bigger reduction in water use this month. So folks there are really heeding the call and doing a great job. We're seeing it across Sonoma County, but particularly wanted to recognize that. I also wanted to share, we've talked some about Monterey. We are continuing actually to see reductions in water use in Monterey this year based on the governor's call. It is pretty incredible. Monterey has some of the lowest per capita water use of anywhere in the state, and yet we continue to see customers taking the charge and reducing their water use. We really appreciate that. We thank our customers for doing that. And California American Water is diligently working on ensuring we're going to have a sustainable, drought-proof suite of water supplies down there to meet customer needs and support new housing for the peninsula. So I'm sure there will be more to come on that and later this year, and look forward to continuing that discussion. So with that, thank you all. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Appreciate yours as well. And thanks for, I know, the good work that folks continue to do. Next, I'd like to call up Martha Davis.
Thank you for allowing me to join you today. And I just wanted to express my appreciation for your willingness to open up this topic. It's such an important one. Chairman Escobar, you're absolutely right. It's really complicated. As you know, I have a background retired from the Inland Empire Utilities Agency. And before I retired, we were working very aggressively with SAPA and other agencies on developing budget-based rate structures, which is actually the same formula as we're using for the Making Conservation California Way of Life as an entry into how do we better understand this nexus between revenue stability, particularly in the face of all of the costs that agencies are facing as they upgrade their facilities and deal with the drought, et cetera, at the same time that you're looking at affordability and equity. And there's this kind of triangle that we're trying to squeeze ourselves into, where making sure that we can provide the service at the same time our customers can afford the service. And then that extra lens of looking at it through the perspective of equity and how important that is to the human right to water. And Vice Chair Diadamo raises a really important issue related to lot size and where for retail agencies some of the biggest cost drivers are, because it's outdoor water use, peak use during the summer and the fall that often drives a lot of the biggest costs for a water agency in the long term, because that's that extra amount of water that they have to have on hand, treated and ready to go in order to meet those demands. So it's a complicated equation, but it is the question that we face as we go through climate change and how to have revenue stability and affordability through this lens of equity. So I really appreciate the detailed presentation that was made today. I think it's very enlightening, and it actually opens up some really important areas of inquiry that as we move forward during this drought become really important to answer, because we're going to have to work harder to make sure that there's affordable water supplies for our customers.
Thank you for that, Ms. Davis, and for your just good long leadership. I know in this space, this is the time to really be having our systems be think about differently, the way that they structure their rates, the way they're supporting we know multiple pressures. In the moment, we'll shift to an item on PFAS, which is creating incredible financial strain on systems throughout the state. So being able to understand this, how do we accomplish conservation? How do we continue to reinvest in our systems? How do we address the challenges that they're facing, not just from the drought, but from these compounding issues, I think is really front of mind. And we have a lot of good groundwork and a lot of information here that I think can really better lend itself to how we get to the outcomes that I think we all know we need, but sometimes there can be quite a bit of difference around what policies we pursue to do them. So thank you, much appreciated. I think that wraps up our commenters here, and thank everyone for their time there. Board colleagues, anything further to reflect on, discuss, questions, anything for our next conservation update as well? Okay, hearing none. Thank you for the great work. Truly appreciate everything and look forward to continue to see those numbers tick up. That concludes item number 4 and brings us to item number 5, which is an update on, as I just previewed, our response on PFAS substances. Really appreciate, I'm always very appreciative it seems, but appreciate that this has been a real effort across, like so many of our efforts these days, across the divisions, Division of Drinking Water, Division of Water Quality, and funding with DFA. So really appreciate everyone joining us here. Give a moment for everyone to transfer over. Good afternoon. So good to have you all.
Good to see you as well. Hello, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Annalisa Kihara. I am Assistant Deputy Director in the Division of Water Quality, and it's great to be here with you all in person today, especially to introduce this info item on our water board's per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, also known as PFAS, info item. So since we last presented to the board in 2020, we've collected additional data. We've learned a lot and have also identified areas that we need to learn more about. So our team is here today to share where we are at, what we are seeing, and what's to come. Next slide, please. So we have 3 primary presenters representing our divisions of water quality, drinking water, and financial assistance that will cover the items listed on the right of the slide. Our first presenter is Wendy Link. She is the Senior Engineering Geologist Specialist in the Division of Water Quality, and she's also lead staff on our PFAS efforts. Wendy will be followed by Daniel Newton, Assistant Deputy Director in the Division of Drinking Water, and then the panel will be rounded out by Matt Pavelchek, Senior Engineering Geologist in the Division of Financial Assistance. So I'll now pass the baton to our first presenter, Wendy.
Good
Next slide,
afternoon.
please.
Okay, yep. Next slide, please. Yes. So PFAS, per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, if we are not familiar with the 4-letter acronym. So PFAS are a very large class of chemicals. We are trying to identify them, and it's a very hard challenge for us. Currently, we can test for approximately 40 to 70 of these chemicals and know their concentration, but the rest of them is pretty much a mystery. We can now utilize some of the latest research using non-target analysis, whereby high-resolution mass spectrometry can measure molecular mass to identify them, but without chemical standards, we'll never be able to quantify their concentration. There are thousands of them being used in commerce and industrial applications. The PFAS chemicals that we can test for today is based on a combination of chemicals that have been phased out of use because of their high toxicity to humans and the environment. Specifically, perfluorooctanoic acid, PFOA, and PFOS, which is perfluorooctane sulfonic acid, along with some of their replacement chemicals. Dan Newton and I will talk more about PFAS chemicals being reported in samples, those 40 chemicals that you see on this slide in that black box. But we will also show you the potential of what PFAS might look like the entire green box in some of our public water supply samples. We're working with US EPA to get a handle on the identity of those PFAS chemicals that are found in of greatest abundance. But let's take a first look at how we got here and a summary of the investigation data. Next slide, please. The primary investigatory objectives of the statewide orders are to gather information on the occurrence of PFAS in California's drinking water sources and watersheds. Data is being evaluated to identify impacted drinking water wells and identify areas where additional work is needed. Next slide, please. We didn't have a roadmap on the types of industries in California where PFAS was being used. So we use investigative results in other states as a starting point to identify those industries where the highest impact could be found in our drinking water. Fortunately, there are no PFAS chemical formulators in California, an industry where the highest impact could severely impact drinking water. However, some of our industries are using products containing PFAS as part of their industrial activities, and there are numerous consumer products containing PFAS being disposed of in our landfills. The water boards are focused on determining the extent of the impact by these sources. Investigative orders have been issued to the airports, the landfills, and the chrome platers. Most recently, to wastewater treatment plants, bulk fuel terminals, and refineries have been required to complete sampling efforts. Most of them are one-time sampling efforts to determine presence or absence of PFAS. However, for the wastewater treatment plants, they sampled quarterly over a period of 1 year, and most finished just recently in late 2021. At these type of facilities, there's a risk of disposal of PFAS into waste streams, leading to subsurface contamination and to secondary receivers of these waste streams, which are our wastewater treatment plants and our landfills. Meanwhile, public water systems are sampling wells based on previous PFAS detections from the US EPA required efforts in 2013 to 2015, and in the vicinity of airports, landfills, and the Department of Defense sites across the state. Separately, as mentioned, the Department of Defense is performing their own investigations and sampling their on-base drinking water supply wells and other potential sources of PFAS. Sample results are being evaluated by the districts within the Division of Drinking Water for public water supply and by the regional water boards for the industry type source areas. Next slide, please. As mentioned before, we didn't have much information on the type of potential PFAS waste streams that could be coming into our wastewater systems. As part of the investigative orders sent to wastewater treatment plants statewide in late 2020, a questionnaire was included with the objective of understanding more about the types of industrial sources coming into the plants, specifically sources that could have been attributed to the use of PFAS. Based on the information gathered from the responses in those questionnaires, about 30% of the wastewater treatment plants receive only residential and commercial flow. Industries with significant potential PFAS source areas like airports, landfills, military, and fire training centers comprise about 14% of the industrial waste stream, and a total of approximately of 57% of the industrial waste stream that could potentially have PFAS. However, when we look at the data that will follow in this presentation, it does appear that this is relatively limited. Next slide, please. Based on the data being reported back from these investigations, we're getting a sense on the magnitude of the impact. And we also are aware of some data gaps. The red colored cells in this chart represent the areas where the most significant concentrations are being reported. These are those areas included, the locations where the use of aqueous film-forming foam is being used at airports and where PFAS is being most concentrated as leachate in landfills. These concentrated sources of PFAS are impacting groundwater, but for public water supply, these impacts are so far limited to some areas as some military facilities and some in Southern California. Other observations from the data include the emissions from chrome plating operations are likely impacting stormwater. We know that their insufficient pretreatment is allowing PFAS to enter wastewater systems, but appears at this point the loading into our wastewater system varies. The groundwater is being impacted at chrome plating facilities, landfills, and at some wastewater treatment plants. The 1 year of quarterly sampling of influent wastewater at the wastewater treatment plants generally indicates low concentrations of PFAS. Effluent concentrations can be higher than influent, but the values are still relatively low. The highest concentrations being reported at wastewater treatment plants is in groundwater monitoring wells, likely from the historical accumulation of these chemicals being discharged. There are a few occurrences where influent concentrations are elevated during a quarter, but is not being appeared to be consistent. Biosolids, also listed on this chart, are very low. They do not exceed any screening levels published by any other states. We do realize that we need to focus on more evaluation in the area of surface water, sediment, and stormwater. So now let's take a few look at some additional data to provide an overview of the statewide investigation results, effluent wastewater results, and then groundwater results in relation to pollution burden. Next slide, please. This graph presents the median concentrations of the PFAS chemicals that are being analyzed and reported to date in samples collected from airports, landfills, and at wastewater treatment plants. The median concentrations in these samples are all pretty much below 100 nanograms per liter, except for landfill leachate. As I mentioned, landfill leachate is where we are concentrating the liquid waste streams that is being contained at landfills. Overall, there are areas where PFAS concentrations are much higher at point source locations, but the occurrence data so far as a whole is indicating that statewide, based on the analytes being measured, there are no widespread impacts. Next slide, please. So far, the data is indicating the presence of PFAS in wastewater. Instead of looking at specific PFAS analytes, we summed up the analytes to get a PFAS summed concentration, instead of just looking at PFO and PFOS. In this case, for the wastewater treatment plants, the quarterly effluent results were summed, and then the quarters averaged to a single number. Non-detects were assumed to be equal to the detection limit. So the ranges shown for the green colored dots are either all non-detectable results at the lowest range or a mix of detectable analytes and non-detects for the next range above. The summed PFAS concentrations are categorized by different colors and by two symbols on this map. Plants that receive wastewater from residential sources are shown as triangles. Those plants that both receive residential and industrial flow are shown as circles. PFAS sum concentrations are predominantly less than 1,000 nanograms per liter. The highest concentrations of effluent wastewater reside at both those plants that receive only residential and at those plants that also receive residential and industrial sources. It appears that, so far on preliminary analysis, that at some of these plants that have low flow volumes also have the highest PFAS sum concentrations. Next slide, please. Now looking at groundwater. The occurrence data of PFAS in groundwater is presented here. The pollution burden percentiles are also provided and obtained from Cal EnviroScreen. Overall, PFAS sum concentration in groundwater statewide is also less than 1,000 nanograms per liter, but there are many occurrences where point sources indicate much higher levels. The highest levels of, by orders of magnitude, as we had expected, are occurring at the airports from the use of the AFFF. At wastewater treatment plants, the majority of the highest levels is reported in groundwater monitoring wells positioned near their percolation ponds. Pollution burden is an indicator of potential cumulative effects from the multiple types of environmental exposure and the inherent invulnerabilities in our communities. PFAS in groundwater impacts our state resources, and initial observations indicate some alignment with those communities with the highest pollution burden, shown by the darker shaded areas on this map, but not necessarily in all areas. Industry-related investigations for PFAS are located in highly industrialized areas where resident actual populations are very low. Now I'm going to transition over to Dan Newton to talk about the drinking water supply.
Thank you, Wendy. So the next 3 or 4 slides, we'll be talking about PFAS in our supply wells. I will use the term supply wells rather than source wells to keep the confusion down from source investigations. And so using the same basically background, the pollution burden profile percentile, I should say, on this map, before you is the occurrence of PFOA, PFOA, and PFOS in our supply wells, as found over the last year's orders. The yellow dots are those that exceed the notification level, and then the red squares are those that exceed the response level for both PFOA or PFOS. At this time, with the orders that we have out, roughly 20, almost a quarter of the wells that we're sampling are within the highest pollution burden percentile. The Division of Drinking Water currently has 20 permits issued for the treatment of PFAS, and we have about another 30 in the works. Next slide. So using the same chart that Wendy had up on slide, I believe it was 6 or 8, here we have the detections by percent detections of the landfills, wastewater treatment plants, and airport investigations superimposed with what we can test for in our supply wells using EPA method 537.1. That's the current method we're using, which detects up to 18 analytes in drinking water. The source investigations are using DoD QSM method, which measures roughly 40 analytes as across the x-axis here on this graph. The overlay of 537 is in the red dots. And so you can see, as expected, what we're finding in our source sites is showing up in our supply wells. Again, we can only measure 18 of those. 533, method 533 is the rectangles that are empty, and that of course overlaps with 537. 533, method 533 picks up another 5 analytes that 537 doesn't pick up. Coincidentally, it is in the peaks. So as you can see, 533 will better represent what is in our drinking water as to what we're finding in our source investigations. So the division has plans this summer as we issue new orders for monitoring in our supply wells to move to method 533. Next slide, please. This is one of my favorite slides in the deck, and it goes to the other extreme. As I mentioned, 537.1 measures 18 analytes. As you saw on the first slide, there's up to 10,000 analytes. So we have a very limited scope of what we're measuring in our supply wells or even in our source investigations. So the division, or pardon me, I should say the PFAS team, undertook a study with 9 specific wells throughout the state. We selected these particular wells based on their PFAS signature and the understanding of their location near a source site. We performed in the supply well water. We performed 533, 537.1, top, and TOF, the last 2 being more of a broad spectrum analysis. So the green bar on the right in these wells show the amount of mass that we're picking up using 537.1, the 18 analytes. Quite a different amount of mass that we're picking up versus the 40 analytes found using DoD QSM, which is represented by the gray bar. So moving to 533, as you can see, will help pick up the missing mass. One fascinating thing, and we worked with UC Berkeley on this, was the top assay. There's a lot of attention to top. As you can see, top didn't provide as much of a total mass as the other analytical methods we're currently using. And of course, the thing that's sticking out on this graph is the blue bars. There is the large mass that we're missing using traditional methods that we found using total organofluorine methodology, TOF. That I believe is enough of an input to us to check the feasibility of exploring a broad spectrum method to test for PFAS in water. Not only that, it supports a treatment technology MCL approach, which is somewhat unique from what we've normally done. It would allow us to also get a little bit in front of chasing each analyte. Right now we're measuring 18 analytes, moving to 30 possibly, and there could be hundreds or thousands of analytes of concern. So rather than chasing these analytes one by one with notification levels and response levels and subsequent MCLs, the treatment technology MCL approach would be more of a broad brush approach that would result in the same outcome. It could also be conducive to using a broad spectrum testing methodology, which has not yet been developed, but could be tailored to a treatment MCL approach, thereby putting us a little bit in front of the curve instead of behind it.
Yeah, Mr. Newton, when it comes to organofluorine, is it safe, how much of what we're seeing as a total organofluorine is potentially PFAS compounds? Or are there other sources that would be contributing to a total organofluorine that wouldn't be necessarily those? Or what's the cut on that? Thanks.
Yes, indeed. There are other things that could be picked up with the TOF approach, but it is, at least from what we've seen, by far the best approach at trying to characterize the total mass of PFAS. It may include other things besides PFAS, but it is by far the best to pick up the perfluorinated carbons at this point. And part of that exploration that we'll continue to do in the future is to understand what else is picking up with a broad spectrum approach. Are we picking up other things that aren't necessarily PFAS, or is it 90% PFAS and other things? So we need to characterize that tool, so to speak.
Yeah, still to be determined. I appreciate that.
Correct. So with that, it's part of the team's approach now is looking at a broad spectrum testing methodology, doing some research on that and reaching out and working with our partners in other states and throughout the nation and the world. Both EPA and our team are mutually working together on this approach. We both think that it has some merit to explore further, and a lot to come on that front. It's rather exciting is my approach on it. Next slide,
Mr. Newton. So thank you for this. It seems like there's a lot of unknowns here, and certainly you just mentioned possibly migrating to more of a class treatment approach. Yet, you also shared that we have 20 systems that you've already permitted and another 30 in the works, or maybe I got that backwards, but there's a lot of systems that are trying to be proactive, even though there's not a maximum contaminant level for any of these constituents yet. So how are you talking with them about this? I mean, I'm looking at this here on the slide and we see all these different wells that you've been able to evaluate, and there's a whole lot we don't know about what's potentially there. And yet some of these are potentially moving forward with treatment that's going to address one or two or maybe a handful, I don't really know yet, of different variants of PFAS. So how's that conversation going?
It's a conversation we're having. This is relatively new, getting the results on this. However, we are working with those that are performing the pilot studies and would like to start exploring, requesting that they test a broad spectrum methodology to understand what the pilot programs are doing. The approach that they're taking now using granulated activated carbon and ion exchange would still be very suitable and is likely the only possibility within a treatment technology MCL. So the work to date is not lost. The focus on the current approach is just using PFOS or PFOA or any other NLs that we have. which we'll have another 5 coming in a relatively short time. But it's a handful of analytes. Those analytes would still be used or could be used to check for breakthrough on a total mass approach. So in other words, I don't think there's a lot of lost funding or proactive approach by going towards a more broad spectrum approach with testing. The work installed to date, very proactive, very respectable, not lost. Okay, next slide, please. And so we went from one slide, which was the 18 analytes we can measure, to the other extreme, which is a broad spectrum. This is taking a step back more towards 537.1 in our 18 analytes. And what we chose to do here was sum all 18 analytes in the wells that we've measured so far. Basically, last 4 quarters worth of data, we averaged and summed all the analytes. So we have a total mass here using the traditional methodology. Most are below the 50 nanograms per liter or parts per trillion. But we do have some systems that are 50 to 100 parts per trillion of the 18 PFAS analytes that we can measure for. And we've got a handful of systems that are well above 100 parts per trillion of the 18 analytes that we can measure for. Keeping in mind, we have NLs and response levels for 3 of those analytes, a 4th coming, and another 5 yet to come. So it gives a bit of a ballpark perspective or the scope of the total PFAS mass that we can find right now using methodology 537.1. A bit of a snapshot or status, if I could frame it that way. Next slide. And so here we have, we've got a busy few years ahead of us. This is some of the drinking water actions that are going to be taking place in the Division of Drinking Water, along with DWQ's actions, overlaid with EPA's current framework. Coming forward for the drinking water side is the issuance of a notification level and response level for PFHXS. We should be having a final public health goal for PFOA and PFAS pretty soon, which will initiate our MCL public process. Hope to have that in 2025. And the EPA, federal EPA, should be having a MCL for PFOA and PFAS, and I hear at the end of 2023. We'll see if that happens or not. And so at this point, I'll hand it over to Winnie to talk about the upcoming actions for the groundwater side.
So on the groundwater side, we are excited that the EPA is moving forth quite briskly in regards to the PFAS strategic plan that they've put out. And one of those things that we are looking forward to is a non-drinking water method for PFAS. It'll include 40 analytes, and that is EPA method 1633, that we could use surface water, sediment, and such. We are also looking forward to a draft release of an actual TOF method, a non-target method from EPA. That would be huge for all of us, for us here in this state and across the nation, in regards to understanding that total mass that Dan's talking about and having an actual method, standard operating procedures for it. The other items on here is that they're moving forward in regards to draft NIPID's monitoring requirements for wastewater, stormwater discharges. They're going to provide guidance to add PFAS monitoring to NIPID's permits, which will be good in regards to source reductions. And we are expecting wastewater effluent limitation guidelines for electroplating in a couple years. And I think Dan may have, the other item I think is that will have quite a ripple effect is the possible designation of PFOA and PFAS as a hazardous substances. That's gonna, if and when, if that happens, so. Next slide, please. So more to come. Our plans for the rest of the year and into the next include many items. Additional assessment is necessary to understand the presence of PFAS in surface water. We'll hopefully be collecting more samples from surface water as well as from surface water intakes along several major reaches and by expanding PFAS monitoring, utilizing some existing programs that we currently have, both the stream pollution trends monitoring program SPOT and the surface water ambient monitoring program SWAMP. Further analysis, as Dan mentioned, is we're being performed with EPA right now. The Office of Research and Development we're engaged with on looking at those same 9 drinking water samples and really trying to, with the objective of try to understand and identify those PFAS chemicals of greatest abundance here. For those waters, we can think that we can kind of understand across the state what our PFAS fingerprint might look like by what these unknowns are of greatest abundance, and do we need to, worry about them at all? PFAS monitoring requirements are being incorporated into some regional boards at landfills. EPA issues their PFAS monitoring requirements as mentioned in NIPID's permits, and so the regional boards will begin that process to incorporate those requirements. And as I mentioned, those effluent limitation guidelines will also include source reduction requirements that need to be incorporated into our pretreatment programs. Division of Drinking Water will be reissuing orders to public water systems to analyze for method of 533. If warranted, new notification levels and responsibilities will be issued for those other compounds that Dan had mentioned. And I think with that, that's our upcoming items for the next year or so, and I'm going to turn it over to Matt Pavlicek from the Department of Financial Assurance to talk about upcoming state funding sources.
Great. Thank you, Wendy, and good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and fellow board members. Today, I will be providing an overview of the funding allocated under the Budget Act of 2021 for projects that address PFAS. First, I wanted to start by touching on some background regarding this funding. Senate Bill 170 appropriated $30 million in fiscal year 2021 and 2022 from the general fund to the State Water Board in order to provide technical and financial assistance to drinking water systems to address PFAS. This funding must be committed to projects by June 30th of 2024, and all funds must be dispersed by June 30th of 2026. There is an additional $50 million in funding proposed for fiscal year 2022 and 2023, and another additional $20 million in funding is proposed for fiscal year 2023 and 2024. Next slide, please. So the Division of Financial Assistance intends to utilize existing funding processes to administer this PFAS funding. The most relevant existing programs would be the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, following the processes outlined in the intended use plan, and the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Program, and the processes outlined in the fund expenditure plan. Next slide, please. In terms of support for small disadvantaged communities under this new funding, we are proposing a set aside of a minimum of $20 million in funding for projects benefiting small disadvantaged communities. And these would be funded consistent with the Safe and Affordable Drinking Water Program's fund expenditure plan. Proposed project types would include testing for water systems for PFAS, likely through a technical assistance provider, regional scale pilot tests and demonstration projects that could include template designs for other small systems to implement, and planning for regional consolidation efforts. Next slide, please. Funding proposed for other types of communities would include implementation funding for shovel-ready projects. The application process would go through the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund program. Small non-disadvantaged communities and medium disadvantaged communities would be eligible for 100% of the eligible project costs. For other communities, such as medium non-disadvantaged communities and all larger communities, the funding would be limited to 50% of the total project costs. And as a condition of receiving this funding, water systems would be required to incorporate data collection and analysis to better inform statewide PFAS data. Next slide, please. In addition to the funding outlined on the prior slides, the State Water Board can also potentially approve funding to specific projects that don't follow either the fund expenditure plan or the intended use plan processes. This could be done as part of a directed board action. Such projects must assist water systems in addressing PFAS. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, April 13th of this month is the deadline for submission of informal public feedback and comments on information that was presented at a staff workshop that was held on March 30th. Comments received by April 13th will be considered in preparing final proposals for board consideration in June of this year. We did create a PFAS funding email inbox where we are accepting comments on the proposals outlined. And then, as I mentioned, the State Water Board will consider these proposals in June of this year. And to stay informed on our funding, folks can go to our website and sign up for email subscriptions. There is now a PFAS funding LIRIS list available on our website. Next slide, please. I also wanted to briefly touch on other related federal funding for addressing PFAS. There is new federal funding available through the Drinking Water and Clean Water State Revolving Fund programs for projects addressing contaminants of emerging concern, including PFAS. Over the next 5 years, we anticipate approximately $360 million for drinking water projects and $70 million for wastewater projects. Priorities and requirements for this funding will be addressed in the 2022 and 2023 Drinking Water and Clean Water State Revolving Fund intended use plans, which are planned for board consideration in July of this year. And with that, I will go ahead and hand things back to Annalisa to wrap up the presentation.
Thanks, Matt. Next slide, please. So this info item really demonstrates that within the water boards, understanding and addressing PFAS requires collaboration within our various regions, divisions, and offices. So taking an even larger step back, the broad use of PFAS created many potential sources in our state because it's used as a product in manufacturing, as a component in industrial products, and as a component in consumer products. So therefore, PFAS impacts nearly all the Cal EPA agencies. So the Cal EPA boards, departments, and offices are taking a holistic approach and coordinating as a team to address PFAS across sectors and impact areas. And so just a few examples of this include the Air Resources Board that has banned the use of specific PFAS chemicals in certain industries, including mist suppressants used during chrome plating activities. The Department of Resources, Recycling, and Recovery has prohibited intentionally added PFAS in compostable and recyclable food service packaging used at state facilities. The California Department of Toxic Substances Control's Safer Consumer Products program, they are pushing manufacturers to find safe alternatives to the use of PFAS as a class in consumer products such as carpets and rugs. And the California Department of Public Health is also a state agency partner, not under our Cal EPA umbrella, but I just also like to acknowledge they have been participating in our Cal EPA PFAS group to share updates on the work they are doing with PFAS and biomonitoring. Next slide, please. So before concluding, I'd just like to take some time to give a big thank you to the larger team members that work in the background to support all of our PFAS efforts. Next slide. And then here are some resources and ways to connect with us and the work that we're doing. And just a note, we've also been working with the California Association of Sanitation Agencies, and they've also put together a presentation showing how they have been analyzing the data that we've collected as well. So with that, thank you, and our team is happy to answer any questions you have before or after the CASA presentation, whatever you please.
Just at the top, again, incredible thanks for what I know is very complicated work, and to your point, is very collaborative work as well. I know that Board Member Morgan and I had recently the pleasure of, along with some of our staff here, to visit with the Water Replenishment District and see the work that they're doing to support a lot of their smaller agencies that are groundwater dependent, impacted by PFAS, but don't have the resources to address it on their own. And the incredible technical assistance that's been provided throughout Southern California. And here have to acknowledge as well the leadership of Mike Marcus from Orange County Water District, where they have opened up their labs. They've really taken this head on and worked again with a lot of their smaller member agencies to figure out what best technology currently to use to do the experimental work to really figure out what best mediums out there on the market and as they come on the market as well. And importantly, working with the Division of Drinking Water, working with water quality and all of us to learn from them, as well as we're all collectively learning how to respond and how to appropriately support all of our systems, both financially and on the technical side with this challenge that we're definitely faced with. So just thanks, incredible thanks on that. And the question I guess I have is at the top for Mr. Pavlicek. I know that a concern we've heard from a number of the water agencies is that they are spending to already address and treat PFAS. Are there issues when it comes to them being able to be to qualify for any of the dollars that may be here contemplated at the board here in any future moment? Are there, how best do they position themselves to make sure that they can be reimbursed for a lot of that work, I guess is the question.
Yeah, and I will let Megan respond if I don't address something, but certainly I think the best way would be for them to have an application in our queue for one of our existing programs. And that would be the best way to consider all of the funding sources that are available, whether it be existing SRF funding, the new federal funding that's going to be coming through the revolving fund program, and then this grant funding as well.
Great. Yeah, I think get the applications in, right? Generally, for I think our programs, we talk about this generational moment with all these dollars. We're really wanting everyone to understand that getting applications in, even at an earlier phase, can help us even understand where the needs are. Yeah, Megan?
The only thing I was going to add is that, and I should have introduced myself earlier, I'm Megan Tasney. I'm one of the Assistant Deputy Directors in Division of Financial Assistance. Excuse me. So we typically have limitations on going back to fund costs prior to the appropriation date. So that's one limitation that we'll have to work with folks on, but we'll, attempt to be flexible where we can. Sure.
Thank you. Really appreciate that. Colleagues, any questions at this point? We do have commentaries and presentation, but by all means, board member.
I have a couple of questions. So first of all, really appreciate the opportunities that that part of the funding will be to support monitoring for systems that really otherwise can't afford it and won't know whether they have the issue or not. And so just following on that, can you just remind me what the requirement, which systems drinking water systems we're requiring to do testing at this point, and where there may be gaps?
So the up to this point has been source driven. For the most part, we tested at prior UCMR3 locations to pick up the lack of granularity that they had in their testing method. Then we tested drinking water wells adjacent to locations where we thought we'd find PFAS, which was airports, landfills, wastewater treatment plants that discharge, and I'm missing one. No, that's it. Moving forward, we will be, the third one would be basically DoD facilities, which kind of are those three anyhow. Moving forward, we will continue to expand out from other source locations. We will likely expand out from detections, but we have an opportunity to add in as we move forward, especially with potential funding that's coming.
Great. And at this point, are we ordering any domestic well testing, or it's all community water systems?
These are all community water systems, correct?
So, and that'll be it seems like a great opportunity we have then with the funding to help support some of those gaps that can help fill in where needs are and help them also figure out where they may need to be already looking at getting at those applications in, as you mentioned, to identify how to mitigate it. Thanks. Oh, sorry, one last question. Are we doing, at this point, what have the communications been with water systems? So sounds like we're issuing orders for those going out from sources or detections. Have there been, are there opportunities to then be providing information on to other systems that we haven't actually ordered yet on whether it's potential funding opportunities or notification limits, response limits, and sort of detections in their area? Is there, are those things that we're sending any communications out to, whether it's public water systems or much harder domestic wells, but any of users getting, are there other communications methods that we're able to use?
Yeah, I believe so. Our district engineers, who are quite familiar with all water systems in those areas, are very much in touch with the water systems and those adjacent ones. I believe as we issue new orders, we'll rescind all orders that were using 537.1 and issuing new orders. We could certainly incorporate what we have approved funding for via DFA in a cover letter or a memo. I think that would be great. You asked about some of the areas that we're missing. So we're targeting, regardless of size, where we think we're going to find PFAS. We haven't really looked where we don't know if we have PFAS or not. I do think that tide will eventually turn as we receive MCLs and we issue more orders. We'll be testing more broad. I want to cast a wider net on the state, so to speak, to see where we have some communities that we may have a surprise.
Thank you for the presentation. PFAS is an elephant in the room. I mean, and I think I could use all kinds of analogies here, but I won't. So here we are. This has been a really helpful update to really ground where we're at today, which is a check-in point. And I'm encouraged that systems are moving forward proactively, despite the fact that we're a couple of years away, even from having any MCL at all. We're talking about possibly pivoting to a treatment technology approach. And yet there's still a lot we don't know. And it's going to continue that way for some time. And yet what it introduces is a high level of uncertainty in drinking water. And I think many of you know, and this is an issue that I've been trying to understand and wrap my arms around for some time, which is how do we address that elephant in the room, that there's so much, our monitoring capabilities are increasing, and we're going to be learning about hopefully new methods here from US EPA, which is great. But at the same time, it's going to tell us a lot more that we probably didn't know. And as that happens, we're going to be playing catch up with making investments in water treatment infrastructure and developing our drinking water standards. And as I'm seeing this, it's going to take years, many years, before all of these systems, which we don't even know the full scope of the problem, to remember Firestone's point, that we have that addressed. So my question is, how do we do that? How do we communicate with folks? How do we communicate with communities, with water systems, with individuals, domestic well owners about their drinking water? Ultimately, I'm usually reluctant to bring this up at a board meeting, but here, we're talking about PFAS, so we're talking about the most omnipresent issue that on drinking water that we're facing probably in the next, decades. So don't necessarily need an answer today, but it's something that, is front of mind for me, and that I think we really need to continue to work through how, as the science emerges, as our capabilities and understanding of what's out there emerges, at the same time, the vast majority and preponderance of our water systems are meeting all drinking water standards. We have no MCL for PFAS currently. They are doing a lot and going above and beyond at Orange County Water District, going above and beyond what's actually required of them right now. And so how do we work through this time of growing and learning, wanting to share the information and be transparent, but also not instilling fear? Not so much a question, maybe more of a statement. So, but it's something that I'll look forward to discussing with you more as we go forward.
I agree. What we find ourselves is needing to obviously address emerging contaminants of concern, but also needing to help Californians understand the faith that they should have in their water systems, and not to needlessly buy bottled water, say, or and continue to see investment in their drinking water system. So I agree. I agree with you, board member, and appreciate the point for sure. I think it's something that we're going to have to continue to figure out how we communicate risk. I think it's partly as well. These are risk-based standards, and as we go into even talking about Chrome 6, which this is a topic on, again, I think this is a reoccurring theme on how do we best appropriately communicate risk and the work that we're doing in ways that don't also perhaps seem to undermine or create fear for folks around the safety of their water systems, or to understand when they do have water system, again, importantly, it isn't meeting standards. And again, there's this intimate relationship we all have with these issues, and it's not easy to often explain. So I really appreciate that point. Vice Chair.
Yes, well said. Because as I sit here, I just feel overwhelmed, and really appreciate Board Member McGuire, you flagging the issue of communications, because there's just so many different pieces of this. And today we're hearing about the science and the monitoring and the complexities. But then at the next update, I would like to see a bit of a preview on treatment systems, some of the ideas that are out there, and also on source control. And bringing that into the communications piece. It just strikes me that there's of course, all of the entities that you've identified here are very much focused on this. The drinking water systems are starting to grapple with looking forward into the future and some of the additional treatment systems that they might have to incorporate along with Chrome 6 and anything else. Wastewater systems, but what about the public? And it just strikes me that there still seems to be a disconnect with respect to the ubiquitous nature of this. It's everywhere, and yet despite that it's everywhere, it just doesn't seem to be on people's minds. And so that's why I'd like to hear more about source control and what we can do as part of that communications, whether it's our agency or others.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We have a few commenters. If there's no other comments from fellow board colleagues then, and we can go to then our first commenter, Stephen Jepson, who will be followed by Andrea Ventura. Oh, yeah, is there a special CASA panel? I apologize, it's not necessarily reflected in my, let's go ahead and go to the CASA panel first then. Yeah, apologies everyone, thanks. I think we can, yeah. Go ahead and you can seat yourselves there between the two staff groups. Good afternoon. Really appreciate you both being here with us and presenting.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Chair Esquivel and board members. Great to be here and see you in person. My name is Jared Voskel, and I serve as Manager of Regulatory Affairs for CASA, the California Association of Sanitation Agencies. CASA represents over 125 public agencies and municipalities that engage in wastewater collection, treatment, recycling, and resource recovery. It's been a long 3 years since the board launched its statewide investigation, and we've been appreciative of the opportunities to dialogue with your staff on the development and implementation of the order for our sector in July of 2020. And we were grateful to your staff for participating in the webinars we co-hosted with the summit partners to help our members know how to conduct sampling and report it in GeoTracker. We're thankful for the invitation from the board to review this data together and present it to you today. We're very pleased to be joined with the expert support of CDM Smith and Dr. Roshan Aflaki, who will share a little later about what we're finding in the data now that the majority of sampling results have been uploaded. We've had a standing meeting over the last couple of months with board staff and CDM Smith to go through a variety of issues to QC the database and then analyze it. and we would be unable to present today without the guidance of CDM Smith's amazing team crunching the numbers. Next slide. So at the outset, as you'd heard before, CASA's member agencies are receivers of PFAS. We do not utilize them in our treatment processes, nor are the treatment processes designed to eliminate PFAS. Also, to situate the data, it needs to be noted there's no US EPA approved method for sampling in wastewater, so the data collected as part of this order should be deemed provisional. This distinction is important to make when you consider data quality and the purposes for which it may or may not be fit, due to the rigor of federal standards for an approved method under 40 CFR 136. And in the last few months, that single lab validated method has been released by US EPA, but it'll be another year or longer before it's multi-lab validated and approved. And as you'll see later, there also are a fair amount of non-detects in the data set, which is good news from an environmental perspective, but it impacts data quality and poses real risk to biasing data analysis, to the point, if I understand the statisticians, that it's perhaps not encouraged to look at medians when trying to understand this data, but rather look at distributions. Next slide. So PFAS are found everywhere, as you know, and they've been detected in 98% of humans, and very high exposure rates in communities near heavily contaminated sites have tragically raised concern for a variety of illnesses in local residents with elevated levels of PFAS in their blood. Next slide. To understand prospective exposure pathways and why these compounds are found in 98% of humans, you have to look no further than their uses. They comprise the underpinnings of modern life in the post-war era to the present, and these chemical compounds are found across nearly every kind of product, from toys to food packaging, carpet, sunscreen, paper products, floor wax, wrinkle-resistant clothes and linens, even plastic water bottles. Next slide. So to contextualize the various quantities of PFAS in products, here's a small comparison. We have the cumulative measurement of 17 analytes in household dust at 22,000 parts per billion. In contrast, a study of cosmetics, which are applied to the skin, found the median to be 1,000 parts per billion. From the Region 2 San Francisco Regional Water Quality Control Board study, in phase 1, they found for biosolids 197 parts per billion, and in the effluent discharge, just 0.058 parts per billion, or said otherwise, 58 parts per trillion. Next slide. So in consideration of the compound's prevalence, it should be self-evident that it is insufficient and inadequate to try to treat our way out of this problem. Rather, a more fundamental approach should be adopted to eliminate these chemicals from ever entering the environment in the first place. This slide exemplifies how pollution prevention is the most effective way and least expensive option for society. And we appreciate and commend how California is leading with your sister agencies here at Cal EPA in examining these numerous products and taking ones containing harmful compounds out of production or use. And we think this is the most effective way because with the available options for treatment in California, even when you treat for it, you're not removing it, you're simply transferring it into another environmental matrix. Next slide. A really strong example of the efficacy of this source control approach is evident with biomonitoring data over the last generation. With the phase out of PFOS and PFOA during this time, you've seen a drop in PFAS detected in blood serum of 80% and 55% respectively, which underscores how preventing pollution at the beginning with true source control is a very effective way to proceed, so you're not having to remediate a contaminated waste stream in a manner that does not destroy or eliminate the compound. Next slide. Also from the Bay Area's historical data, you can see a decrease of those same long chain compounds in effluent over the last 10 years. And this has been achievable with no direct expense to ratepayers, but instead because through our collective knowledge, we are able to identify the products that contain these two PFAS compounds, and then we've restricted them out of commerce. Next slide. So to the numbers from California POTW data, from the San Francisco phase 1 study, the influent was 27 parts per trillion, the effluent was 58 parts per trillion, and biosolids were 197 parts per billion. The increase in influent is not because of anything being used or added during the treatment process. Rather, it's kind of the opposite. The effectiveness of treatment causes some parent compounds, which are dubbed as precursors, to break down into other PFAS daughter analytes. This is an emerging field of PFAS research, but the development of taxonomies may be feasible with further analysis of this data in conjunction with other limited information about commercial products and the PFAS analytes they contain. That type of acute information is critical and would help with understanding and identifying from where PFAS are coming when they're detected and monitoring so that source control efforts can be tailored. And then for the data from the board's order, you'll see in the next presentation, there were a lot of non-detects, which is a good thing, but it prevents certain statistical analyses, and it's potentially problematic or could skew and limit the types of analyses that could be performed. Next slide. And so looking at the statewide medians, you'll see that the influent was 21 parts per trillion, the effluent was 70 parts per trillion, and biosolids were 23 parts per billion. And that biosolids one is much lower than compared to the Bay Area, and we're beginning to explore that, but we don't have an understanding yet. And also, again, I'm not a statistician, which goes without saying, but as I understand it, analyzing medians is not really advised with a data set like this because of all of those non-detects. And so, next slide. To close out, just an FYI on CASA's sponsored legislation this year. It's Assembly Bill 2247 from Assemblymember Bloom. We're co-sponsoring it with Clean Water Action and the Environmental Working Group, and it would require manufacturers of PFAS to register and disclose the type and quantity of PFAS in a product per the UPC code. And it would be lodged in an interstate chemical database and would include coordination with DTSC. And for our efforts at the local level, this information would be really valuable from a source identification perspective so that we can reduce these products from ever entering the environment in the first place. So next slide. So again, CASA wants to reiterate our thanks to Wendy, Erica, Annalisa, and the rest of your amazing team, as well as with Roshan and CDM Smith for partnering with us on this project, and so many CASA members who are listed here and our associates who have shared of their time and expertise at the local level, and from whom my slides were compiled from their work. So next, I'd like to introduce Dr. Roshan Aflaki, who we are very honored to be joined by today. Dr. Aflaki is a principal engineer with CDM Smith, but previously was the plant manager for the Los Angeles Glendale Water Reclamation Plant and the Donald C. Tillman Water Reclamation Plant, retiring in 2019 after 29 years of city service. So Dr. Aflaki, take it away.
Thank you. CDM Smith is very pleased to collaborate with the board and CASA in this work analyzing the data that has been generated as a result of the investigative orders from the POTWs. When we started this work, we wanted to identify what are the goals of the study, what is it that we want, what questions do we want to answer. One was, is there a baseline for the PFAS coming from the POTWs, and whether or not industrial discharges contribute to increasing these baseline levels at POTWs? And is there a signature for the industrial discharge point sources? Where are the outliers? And what are the blind spots and major uncertainties in the database? Next, please. In our approach, we basically divided the data set into 6 bins, and those bins are different contribution percentage from residential and commercial sources. So the bins are 0 to 75% flows from residential sources, all the way to 100% sources of residential and commercial. And majority, there were 272 facilities, and 80% of facilities have only 10% contribution from industrial sources, and 70% has less than 5% industrial contribution. Next, please. So this is an example of how the PFAS profile looks like in each bin. So basically, each bin was looked at. We grouped the PFAS, combined the PFAS analytes into groups of PFAS and looked at the summation of the analytes in each of those groups. And we looked at the percent detect measurements of that group of analytes. This is an example of the data set from 100% residential and commercial flow. This is a POTW that does not have industrial sources, and it's all residential and commercial. And this is the result of the influence in the data. As you can see, the gray data or the white data is the number of the non-detect in the data set, and the blue bars indicate percentage of detect in that PFAS group. And next slide, please. So this is the bins or the data for influent, effluent, and biosolids for each bin, and based on the PFAS group. The takeaway is that there are a lot of non-detects in the data set, and the profile, independent of the waste stream and the contribution from residential and commercial sources, look very similar. Next, please. So with this number of non-detects, it's important how we quantify the non-detects. So in this slide, we are showing 3 different approaches in quantifying the non-detect. One is to take the values as reported in the GeoTracker data, which is some based, depending on the laboratory, they reported the non-detect as 0 and others as detection limit. Full detection limit was another approach. Basically, if a value was shown as non-detect, we took the full detection limit. And the third approach was putting the non-detect as 0. As you can see, the non-detect, the median depending on the non-detect quantification varied quite a bit. And the outliers also are different. The outliers are the dots outside of the box. Next. We performed the same type of analysis on the specific analytes and how those analytes would change, their median would change based on ND quantification. Another column that we are putting in here is the percent of the samples that the reporting limits were less than the order requirement. So between 40 to 50% of the data actually complied with the reporting limit required by the order, which is pointing to the complexities of measurements in wastewater streams that are very complex. So as you can see, these analytes median also change with how we are quantifying non-detect. But something to point out that independent of method of quantification, the levels are extremely low. Next, please. So we made a comparison between the BACWA study, which was on a smaller data set compared to the statewide data set, and looking at the median influence. They used, and we looked at the same ND quantification of putting the ND as 0. And as you can see, the medians are very close to each other, although the data sets were different. Next, please. So with so many NDs and the impact of ND quantification on outliers and median, it is recommended to focus on the PFAS distribution and look at the outliers and identify POTWs that would benefit from source identification and source control studies. Next. So uncertainties and blind spots, and these need to be handled with care. Wastewater is a very complex matrix, and it's difficult to analyze. And there is precursor transformation, and that precursor transformation also needs to be taken into consideration when we are looking at the wastewater moving through the treatment plant processes. So looking at the questions that were raised, so we are going to take a deeper dive on the outliers and what makes a data point or a POTW an outlier, and see whether or not the outliers can benefit from source identification. It is a data issue, or is it a specific source? And if it is a source, whether that source has a signature industrial contribution, and whether or not we can look at a PFAS profile for the residential contribution. And also not only looking at the phase 2 results from region 2, but also looking at all the other studies that are looking at and inform the next steps that we are going to take. But the first steps is basically taking a deeper dive into the data. These are preliminary results. That's it. And thank you for the opportunity, and would answer any question you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Aflaki, and thank you, Mr. Voskuil. Really appreciate the presentation around this. And Mr. Voskuil, to your point, it really is important that we go upstream of this issue. Unfortunately, ratepayers and communities throughout California are the recipients of what's a pretty broken chemicals regulation industry that doesn't apply a precautionary principle and leaves it for us to figure out that there's great harm with products that at this point are so ubiquitously used. So I do appreciate the acknowledgement of the work that's happening with Cal EPA to go above stream, even as we address the obvious issue we have on our plate. And I appreciate the unpacking of what is, yes, a lot of uncertainty and complexity when it comes to even being able to ensure that we're best characterizing the problem in a way that lets us get to the solutions. And I agree with you as well, Dr. Aflaki, really focusing on those outliers there can be helpful to even unpacking for the other systems what's going on and how best to address this in the long term. So just thank you. Really appreciate the addition to today's discussion. Any questions from any of my fellow board colleagues on any of the information? Okay, hearing none. Thank you again. Really appreciate that. Now we can move over to some of our individual commenters, and would like to then call up next Steve Jepson, who will be followed by Andrea Ventura, who will then be followed by Eric Oriana. Mr. Jepson, good to see you.
Good to see you. Thank you, Chair Esquivel and board members, for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Steve Jepson with the Southern California Alliance of Publicly Owned Treatment Works. This PFAS issue came up so quickly, and it's been impressive at how quickly we've all joined to address the issue and get educated on it. The State Water Board team, Annalisa Gahara, Wendy Link, and Erica Calv, to name a few, have been really great to work with on this wastewater sampling order. Wendy has presented on many occasions without hesitation for our Clean Water Summit partner events. And Wendy, we have more planned, so you're not off the hook yet. Hopefully you're still available and will present. We do still have concerns, as Jared mentioned, with the sampling orders using methods that were not yet EPA approved for wastewater. And we noticed some data anomalies, even among the small group of ELAB certified labs for this testing. Nevertheless, we did learn from this wastewater sampling, and the order galvanized us to learn about PFAS compounds in general and treatment. And it also enhanced collaboration with water, wastewater organizations and NGOs, led by Clean Water Action and Andrea and CASA. We had many virtual meetings, saw various viewpoints, and produced the draft legislation and legislation that's being considered currently to control and identify PFAS in the process. Those were mentioned earlier by Jared. So getting PFAS out of our society's products that we all use is the preferred pathway to control PFAS compound exposure. to people, animals, and the environment. Treating PFAS at the end of the use cycle is a huge cost burden to the public, less effective than getting it out of our products in the first place, where the exposure is significantly higher, and creates this endless do loop as the chemical companies continue to produce PFAS. As Jared mentioned, the commonly used PFAS treatment methods don't eliminate it. We're just moving it somewhere else, so it has to be dealt with or disposed of somewhere else. So in closing, we are looking forward to enhanced product stewardship and trying to get PFAS out of our cycle in the first place, and appreciate the ability to comment today. Thank you very much.
And thank you for joining us and for providing your comment, Mr. Jepson. I really appreciate that. And good to hear that there's, again, this space where you're working with Clean Water Action as well, and we'll call up Ms. Ventura here next. But just having that space and hearing about the collaboration that's going on means a lot. It helps facilitate our work here. I think of the work we're doing as we build toward an MCL, and this is a space and efforts that will really help contribute to successful adoption there in a way that doesn't here forestall addressing the issue, and appreciate everyone really just putting in the resources now to try to collectively wrap our arms around this. So next, I'd just like to call up last, I believe, here on our list, Ms. Ventura, Andrea Ventura. Good to see you.
Hi, how are you? It's
Hello.
good. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person today. I intended to, and then something else came up, but it's good to see everyone and have this opportunity. And I really have been listening intently and just have a few things to say based on what we've heard. But I also want to say there's been a lot of hard work from people at the board and from working with CASA on what they're studying, particularly in the Bay Area, their super study on San Francisco Bay and their discharges. It really has been an important effort and something that we are really proud to be part of. I just want to make a few quick comments, and some of this you've heard before, but I want to get to the point where, it made sense, very much made sense to focus on known PFAS causes when we first started this journey back in 2019. But what we're seeing across the state and as well as in other states is that PFAS are everywhere, as you heard in an earlier presentation, that when we start looking for them in areas where we would not expect them to be and that we don't know what the source is off the top of our heads, we find them and the maps light up. And so one thing I would really encourage the board to think about is to at least get a broader snapshot of PFAS occurrence in the state by at least having an order. And we know that this can be a financial burden, but maybe using some of the funds that are coming in to address PFAS to look at at least all public water systems and look at ways, as Board Member Firestone brought up, to look at the private wells. I think this is important not only because we want to protect public health everywhere, and you're going to be making investments in communities on treatment, which we heard a presentation on, but also to track down those sources. And as you're hearing, they may be industrial. They may not be purposely industrial. They may be contamination within the industrial processes. The products they are using in their industrial processes, from lubricants to anything that may be causing problems. But we're also hearing and learning from our wastewater colleagues that a lot of this is from the commercial and consumer markets, and we need to track those down. We would support the idea of a treatment technique that doesn't preclude us from looking very specifically at specific PFAS and going through an MCL process, but we know that's lengthy and we'll never capture the number of PFAS out there. I wanted also to respond to the thorny issue that Board Member McGuire brought up about communicating to the public. And, we and our allies have talked to the public throughout it's part of our mission. Trust the public. yes, people get angry when they're drinking contaminated water, but we find that if you tell the story and are openly bringing communities, impacted communities to the table, they understand the nuances of these problems. They understand that water systems didn't put that stuff in their water. And it's not so much fear, but trying to find solutions and allowing people to protect themselves. And finally, I want to address the source control. Mr. Jepson, who was part of our work group, brought it up, and the presentation from CASA brought it up. We have been working on this for a number of years. We went after the firefighting foam and banned it. We went after the food packaging, which does end up as a waste stream in water, and we banned it last year. We're working on textiles this year. But as you heard, one of the things that where we found common ground with the folks in the wastewater world is we don't know where PFAS come into this state. We're guessing. We're going on known sources. But every time we turn around, both nationally and in California, we find new sources of PFAS. And that's why we need the data of how they come in the state, because as Ms. Link told you, we don't make the chemicals here, but they're entering in industrial and consumer products. And we need to just know that so that we can figure out the best strategies whether it's to take them out of the market or just to control their discharges into the environment. So we're happy to be working with the community and having this space to talk and work together. We thank the board for the work it's doing. We need to continue pushing and being aggressive on these contaminants. It's costly, it's a problem for water systems, but that doesn't make the toxicity go away. And so we have to find the solutions together to address them. Thank you for letting me speak, and sorry for taking up so much time.
Nowhere in the least. And thank you for your contributions and for sticking with us today and providing your comment, Ms. Ventura. Yeah, I want to agree that there's certainly somewhat of an urgency here around PFAS. There's a lot of issues that are facing our water systems, and certainly PFAS contamination is being treated with some urgency here. But I think to Board Member McGuire's point, which I don't think he was trying to say that a concern for ensuring that we're communicating risk and not unduly frightening, I suppose, folks around their water supplies isn't when I won't put words in the board member's mouth, I'll let him defend, but to my mind doesn't take away from the urgency. But what I think of are many small systems that say even their consumer confidence reports, an opportunity to really engage and help customers understand and communities understand the quality and any issues that may be with their water. And many of those agencies don't have the resources to communicate just even their CCRs appropriately, let alone something I think sometimes we know is complex as PFAS, but doesn't have the resources, or that agencies don't often have the resources to really communicate in a comprehensive way. We're doing our best here. It's many ways why we're having this informational item so that we have a better basis of understanding. But I think there's a lot of work that we can still do and need to be mindful of how best we continue to reach people so that they do understand the risks to their systems, realize then the need to reinvest in them as well at the same time. But yeah, I just wanted to maybe just say that. So, but thank you for your comments. Really do appreciate the continued engagement around all this. Any other comments or questions from fellow board colleagues on this item? This has been, again, a very thorough, if not again, like so many items, unfortunately, before the board, sobering discussion on the challenges we're facing, but heartened by, I know, what is a lot of great work and good leadership out there. So thank you all. Folks on the program, anything else to finish with? Okay, thank you. That concludes our PFAS informational item and item number 5 on our agenda, which brings us to, let me double check that I'm giving you the right item numbers. We canceled or postponed here at this point our board workshop, which would have been item number 6. And then we just have our board member reports now. First in-person board member reports in a couple of years. Who would like to kick us off?
I can start.
Great.
So on March 17th, I was able to join CASA for the Clean Water Summit Partners, that's a lot of words, regulatory working group meeting. Topics of discussion included the drought conservation, the wastewater arrearages program, infrastructure funding, and collaboration. It really was a good conversation. One of the items I just wanted to bring up was, there was a lot of conversation, around the drought, big topic here. And so there was great understanding amongst all on the call about the drought and the need for conservation. They also brought up just the long-term concerns around conservation and the impacts on wastewater facilities. I found the concerns to be relevant, and that there are also opportunities to address the long-term resiliency of the wastewater facilities, especially with this year being the 50th anniversary of the Clean Water Act, and the historic investments that have been made for infrastructure improvement. So I plan to follow up with staff regarding these concerns, and as well as those opportunities that are out there.
Great. Thank you, board member.
Okay.
Great. Oh, good. No, please go
I
that way.
figured we'd go down line. I'm sorry.
It'll make it easier on the camera work.
Okay. Looking for one date that I forgot here. On March 17th, I was the luncheon speaker for the Oakdale Chamber of Commerce's annual agricultural scholarship luncheon. And they hadn't met in several years, obviously. And so it was good to get out and see folks. There were quite a few individuals there from the Oakdale Irrigation District and South San Joaquin Irrigation District. And on the 18th, I appeared, I provided my liaison report to the Santa Ana Regional Board. And I wanted to share with you that Chair Murray requested, as I am now, that we can adjourn in Dr. Tom Rivera's memory. Dr. Tom was a long-serving member of the Santa Ana board, and I'm going to just read for you something that Chair Murray read into their record. Dr. Tom Rivera, known as Dr. Tom, was appointed to the board in October 2012 until May of 2021, over 8 years of service to the Santa Ana Water Board. Dr. Tom provided leadership on many of the projects and program development of the last 8 years, but an area of focus that was often related to the board's human right to water and how the water board can protect the water quality for underserved communities and the homeless population. Dr. Tom's leadership in the community as Associate Dean of Undergraduate Studies at California State University, San Bernardino for 39 years, and his active participation as a board member and in a number of volunteer and community service organizations. He's survived by his wife, Lydia, 3 children and 2 grandchildren. And it was just a privilege to get to work with him, both when I came on the board and just for a brief opportunity before his passing as well. So again, just like to request that we adjourn in his memory.
Really appreciate that, Dee Dee, Vice Chair. No, the longer certainly I'm in this role, the more I'm just reminded about the incredible work of so many that have come before us at the regional boards and certainly here at the state board. And so I really appreciate taking the time to making sure we acknowledge and have memory of, again, what our incredible contributions to what we're able to now then do as well. So thank you. I just have one thing to flag, which is this last Saturday, I was supposed to actually be down in Bakersfield in person, but due to a family matter, I had to remote in, which again, thankfully we all have the infrastructure to be able to do this. There was a Clean Water Forum, though, that was held by Leadership Council and a number of other groups to discuss the challenges of access to clean water right now, the generational moment we're in. So I felt very honored to have been invited and participate in that discussion, even though, again, regrettably, I couldn't be there in person. So just that's all I have to report.
I don't have too much to report on in terms of the last few weeks, but thank you, Vice Chair, for sharing that information about Dr. Rivera. I was the liaison to Region 8 for a couple of years and got to work with him a bit. So I'm very sad to hear of his passing. I hadn't heard that. and for me, it's a reminder of how important it is to build those connections with the regional boards. And so I am looking forward to going forward here with some of my new regions. Region 2, next week, I will be going out in person and meeting with them. I'm kind of mixing and matching my regions here in terms of in-person versus hybrid, but I'm going to be getting out to all of them in person in the next few months is my plan. So I'm really looking forward to that and building some of those connections that have been a little bit difficult to maintain in the last couple of years. So just like today has been a really important moment for us being back here together. This has been really a lot of heavy issues, but really satisfying to be here at the dais with you all again. So I appreciate that and getting back to work. So thank you.
The only thing I was going to report is this past Saturday, I was able to participate in a panel on funding opportunities with the Water Education for Latino Leaders conference in Sanger. So it was good to get back down to the Valley and just a really great showing from elected leaders, particularly Latino elected leaders throughout the state, particularly in the San Joaquin Valley. We're really interested in figuring out how to bring some of the resources we have to their communities. And I think had some of our staff had presented at prior workshops and just was appreciative of our staff. I think we all know some of the things that continue to be concerns, I think, that were brought up were just timing and process through our funding sources and processes. So I think that's something, I know staff have done a huge amount of work to try to continue to speed up and streamline, but I think we all know as we have more funding opportunities, that's more demand and urgency on all sides. Certainly we need folks to apply and submit the materials that we need to be able to get money out the door. And we also need to be doing everything we can on our part. So that's the only thing I'd report.
Thank you, board member and everyone. It is good to be back up here together on the dais. Look forward to many more in-person board meetings. But that actually brings us to the end of our agenda today. And so just thank everyone, and we will adjourn today in the memory of Dr. Tom Rivera. And our next board meeting is April 19th and 20th. I will not be here. Actually, I'm spending time with family that week. And so I do want to be here, but you will all be in fantastically capable hands amongst ourselves here. I'm sure I'll be missed, but yeah, family, really important. So thank you all for that space. Really appreciate it. We are now adjourned, and thank you, everyone. Congratulations on first in-person board meeting in 2 years. Thanks, everyone, for your time. See you or most of us will see you in 2 weeks. This meeting is now adjourned. Thanks.